Good evening. Welcome to the Charter Township of Van Buren Planning Commission meeting for Wednesday, February 11th, 2026. At this time, I'm calling the meeting to order. Can we all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And with that, could we have a roll call, please?
Sherry Budd. Here. Bernie Grant. Here. Peter Creel. Here. Medina Atkinson. Here. Jackson Paul.
Here.
Jeff Jar.
Here.
Brian Cullen.
Here. With that, we have an agenda before us, and we've had a chance to peruse it. Do I have any action concerning our agenda for this evening?
Through the chair,
Commissioner,
I move to approve the agenda for tonight's meeting.
we have a motion to approve the agenda as presented and support. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Next up is minutes for tonight's meeting, or for previous meetings. First of the regular meeting of January 14th, 2026. Do we have any action concerning those?
Through the chair, I make a motion, we approve the regular meeting minutes of January 14th as presented.
We have a motion and support for the minutes of the regular meeting of January 14th. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by aye. Aye. Any opposed? With that, we also have the meeting minutes of January 28th, 2026. Do we have any action concerning those?
Through the chair, I move to approve the minutes from the Planning Commission meeting on January 28th, 2026.
We have a motion and support concerning meeting approval of the meeting minutes from January 28th, 2026. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Next up is correspondence and announcements. Two announcements. Tomorrow evening, the City of Belleville has their Planning Commission meeting, as well as the Township of Sumter. So if you're interested, their information is available. Next up is any correspondence. Director Akers, do we have any correspondence concerning this evening?
Chairman Cullen, I have no additional correspondence.
Okay, we'll move ahead with that. General public comment at this time. Anybody in the audience that has any concerns, comments to make about anything other than the item on the agenda this evening, you're welcome to come forward and have your say. Again, only if it is not concerning the agenda this evening. Is there anybody in the audience that has anything would like to add? Okay, moving ahead. We do not have a public hearing. We do not have old business. We have new business, and it's item number 1, case 25041, Project Cannoli Data Center Preliminary Site Plan Approval. A request by applicant PDC, AK LPIC, LLC, care of Panattoni Development Company, and to construct 3 data processing and computer center buildings, 1 administrative office building, and 1 network service building. This site is comprised of numerous parcels with a combined area of 282.2 acres. Located east of Haggerty Road, north of I-94 Service Drive, west of Hannon Road, and south of Wayne County Community College and I-275. We'll first have up a presentation by the township staff. And this evening, folks, please be patient with us. We will allow public comment. Be patient. We are all adults. We can all behave and allow the conversation to continue without interruption. We would very greatly appreciate that. And so as we move forward, first up is a presentation by the township staff. Director Akers.
Thank you. I will turn the comments over to Vidya Krishnan, our township planner.
Thank you, Director Akers, members of the commission. As summarized, the request before you tonight is from Panettone Development Company to construct 4 buildings on an undeveloped tract of land that's got a total area of 282.2 acres. The applicant proposes to combine all parcels as part of the site plan approval process. As noted, the parcel is bound by I-275 and Wayne Community College to the north, on the west side by Haggerty Road, on the south side by I-94 North Service Drive, and on the east side by Hannon Road. The zoning ordinance has specific criteria based upon which we provide a technical review and assessment of all projects. I shall go over those now. The first one is with relation to zoning and use. The subject property is a split-zoned site, which basically means there are 2 zoning designations on it. The site is located predominantly in the M1, which is the light industrial district, and a small and limited frontage on the Service Drive and Haggerty is located within the C1, which is the general business district. The site plan clearly delineates the zoning split line. Now, the data processing facility buildings, which is buildings 1, 2, 3, and the network service building, are located entirely within the M1 portion of the site. High-tech data and computer processing centers are principal permitted use in the M1 district per section 3.115B of the zoning ordinance. Now, the C1 portion of the site includes an office building for administrative functions. Professional offices are permitted as a principal use by 3.110B of the zoning ordinance in the C1 section. The plan also notes a future DTE substation on the southwest corner of the site within the C1 zoned portion. Transformer stations and substations are also principal permitted uses in the C1 district. The site plan shows a layout, a boundary for the substation, but DTE will be seeking site plan approval for the substation separately. It is not part of our review at this time. The applicant's proposal is to construct 3 data processing buildings, 1, 2, and 3, an office building, which is labeled as Building 4, and a network services building, which is hereinafter going to be referred to as the NSB building. Our finding is that because these are all principal permitted uses, they are considered by Michigan Zoning Enabling Act as uses by right. This means that the Planning Commission's authority is limited to confirming that the site plan meets the specific requirements of the zoning ordinance. Under the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act, which is the Public Act 110 of 2006, if a site plan for a permitted use satisfies all objective standards, the Planning Commission is required by law to approve it. The second criteria is required information. We require a lot of basic information on the site plan, which includes property line dimensions, legal descriptions, and more. At this time, the site plan complies with all of the basic information that is required. The third item is dimensional requirements, which is also referred to as setbacks, anything to do with dimensions. Now, there are no minimum area width or depth or minimum floor area requirements for the M1 or the C1 districts. Because this parcel is split zoned, the buildings that are located in each zoning must comply with all of the setbacks for that specific zoning district from the boundary lines of the entire parcel. Now, in the M1 district, the minimum required front yard setback is 50 feet. The proposed buildings are located with a front yard setback. So front yard setback is measured along street frontages, which would be Haggerty Road, I-94 North Service Drive, and Hannon Road. The required setback is 50 feet. The buildings are located with a setback of 220 feet to 972 feet. The required front yard setback for the C1 district is 75 feet. The office building is located at a setback of 695 feet. The minimum side yard setback in the M1 district is 40 feet for each side. The proposed buildings have a side yard setbacks that range anywhere from 103 feet to 1,720 feet. The C1 district side yard setback is 15 feet for each side. The side yard setbacks for the office building are 1,718 feet. The minimum required rear yard setback in the M1 district is 50 feet. The proposed buildings have a rear yard setback ranging from 106 feet to 1,479 feet. The required rear yard setback for the office building is 25 feet. The proposed setback is 1,144 feet. A maximum permitted lot coverage for the M1 district is 35% of the parcel. The proposed lot coverage is 11%. There is no maximum lot coverage for the C1 parcel, but the applicant has noted the proposed coverage as 1.1%. Now, the maximum permitted building height in the M1 district is 30 feet or 2.5 stories. In the industrial district, industrial buildings are allowed to raise the height of the building by 1 feet. Correspondingly, all setbacks need to be increased by 1 feet. The proposed buildings 1, 3, and the NSB building are one-story buildings. The only two-story building is Building 2, which is located centrally in the middle of the site. The proposed heights of Building 1 is 46 feet. It far exceeds the setbacks, even with the 1 additional feet required. Building 2, 64 feet. The required setback would have been 84 feet. As I mentioned, their setbacks are in several hundred feet. And finally, Building 3 is at 44 feet, which is a one-story building. Once again, far exceeds the setback. The permitted height for the office building is 40 feet or 4 stories. The proposed office building height is 1 story or 19.7 feet. Our finding is that the buildings all comply with the zoning ordinance and they far exceed all required setbacks. The fourth category is access and circulation. We require a traffic study to be conducted for all projects within the township. This is an industrial use that does not generate as much traffic that is typical of other industrial transportation or trucking use that the Planning Commission has previously received. The applicant was requested and required to submit a trip generation report. Based upon their trip generation data, by comparison of their total number of trips in the AM is 67 and the PM peak for a total of 749 trips throughout a weekday. By comparison, if you look at an M1 district, the warehousing use would generate approximately 1,983 trips. The trip generation data typically comes from a document called ITE manual. ITE is Institute of Traffic Engineers. It is a national organization that puts out the manual which provides the standard for calculating of trip generation data. I defer to the township engineer to go further in the traffic study because that is their area of expertise. With regard to curb cuts, due to the secure nature of the data site, the site proposes a single entry into the entire site. It's a 30-foot wide access drive, which will be the main point of entry of the site from I-94 North Service Drive. There is no direct access onto Haggerty Road from any of the data buildings. The access drive from I-94 Service Drive leads to a network of roadways within the site that provide access to all the buildings. 2 additional emergency access drives are shown on the plan. One access drive is off Hannon Road, and the other access drive is on the southwest corner of Haggerty, which provides access to the substation. These are strictly for emergency access only, and they are gated. These gates will be provided with Knox box, which are typical for fire department access in the event of an emergency. It is not intended for any vehicles of either employees or anybody else visiting the site. Due to the secure nature of the facility, typically industrial uses, we do not require cross-access to be provided to other properties. I will defer truck circulation along with the traffic study to the township engineer. With regard to emergency access, the fire marshal required the applicant to provide a minimum width of 26 feet for all access drives within the site. The plan notes that all interior roadways will have a width ranging from 26 to 30 feet. We defer to the fire marshal for final approval of the circulation plans. Now, the zoning ordinance requires that sidewalks need to be provided along the public street frontages of all projects. In this case, the applicant is required to provide a sidewalk along their entire Hannon Road frontage, Haggerty Road frontage, and I-94 North Service Drive frontage. Now, the site plan notes a sidewalk along the site's entire Hannon Road frontage. There is also a 5-foot wide sidewalk shown on the east side of Haggerty Road that extends from the northwest corner of the property to the secure entrance drive on I-94 North Service Drive. The applicant has shown a sidewalk from the east side of the secure entrance to the southeast corner of the property, which is just shy of Hannon Road, and this is labeled as an alternate sidewalk on the site plans itself. The applicant is also proposing to install an off-side sidewalk on the west side of Haggerty Road that extends from Coolidge Road to Old Haggerty Road. Within the project, there are 5 to 8 foot wide sidewalks shown around the buildings for access to their office areas. Our finding with regard to the sidewalks is the applicant is willing to enter into a development agreement with the township to pay in lieu of the sidewalk for the portion that is shown as alternate only, which is a sidewalk that extends from the secure entrance on North Service Drive to the northeast corner of the property. Should the intention behind entering into a payment in lieu is to provide money for the sidewalk to be constructed at a future date when the sidewalk can actually serve a purpose. At this time, that sidewalk would not really serve for any pedestrian access. If the Planning Commission does not find the proposal acceptable, the applicant will be required to construct the sidewalk at this time. It cannot be marked as alternate, it will be provided. The off-site sidewalk that the applicant is showing on the west side of Haggerty Road is not required by the ordinance and is something the applicant is providing. With regard to parking and loading, the ordinance has minimum space dimensions. The site plan complies with the dimensional requirements. Based on the parking standards that have been applied to other data centers within the township, namely the Chase Data Center building and US Signals, based on that standard applied to this data center site too, the total amount of parking required for the site is 1,386 spaces. The site plan provides a total of 595 spaces, including 21 handicap accessible spaces. The applicant is requesting a deferment for 771 parking spaces. Deferment basically means they are designating and showing an area where this parking can be accommodated, and that is also labeled on your site plan as banked parking. Should there be a need for these parking spaces, they can be constructed in that area. The zoning ordinance does provide the Planning Commission authority to approve a deviation from the standard parking requirement. So the Planning Commission does have the authority to allow for fewer parking spaces than required by the ordinance if you feel that the additional parking is only contributing to impervious surface area. The applicant has stated that the proposed parking supply that they're providing meets the operational needs of the end user. So the Planning Commission can either defer the parking or grant an outright deviation. So when the applicant presents, the Planning Commission should evaluate if the applicant's justification for reduced amount of parking spaces and determine if it meets the intent of the ordinance without adversely impacting the site or the surrounding areas. As I mentioned, you can either grant an outright deviation or you can grant a deferment. Our recommendation is for granting a deviation because we don't believe unnecessary pavement should be put on the site. We would prefer that the area be maintained as wetlands, wooded areas, and open space, which would allow for less impervious surface area on the site rather than build parking that is not going to be used. With regard to parking location, layout, and dimensions, the site is compliant at this time. The ordinance requires a total of 12 handicap accessible spaces based upon the total number of spaces being provided. The site plan shows a total of 21 handicap accessible spaces, which are spread out throughout the site for each building. 7 of these, however, are provided right next to the office building, which is where most of the employees will be going. Our finding is that the site is compliant. With regard to required loading spaces, the ordinance has got specific loading space requirement based on building size. Our finding is that the site is compliant. With regard to EV, electric vehicle spaces, our ordinance currently does not have any provisions for it. However, all recent projects that have been approved by the Planning Commission included EV spaces within their parking lots. The site plan does note the provision of EV spaces at buildings 1, 2, and 3 and the office building. The details of the proposed EV charger are also shown. As always, we review the EV charger location to ensure that there's adequate sidewalk and there's adequate wheelchair area for a wheelchair to move. One of the handicap accessible spaces will be an EV space in the office building. Our finding is, even though the ordinance does not have any requirement for EV spaces, we find the site compliant with prior site approvals. The next criteria is landscaping and screening. The zoning ordinance has extensive landscape requirements for various portions of the site. I will summarize those. The first one is landscaping adjacent to a right-of-way. The ordinance requires a specific number of deciduous trees, ornamental trees, and shrubs to be provided along street frontages based upon what the site's frontage is. For Haggerty Road, the site basically results, based on their frontage, it requires a total of 70 deciduous trees, 28 ornamental trees, and 561 shrubs. We find that the site is compliant. All of the required trees are being provided. The proposed plantings are located on top of a berm, which is 125 feet wide with a height of 15 feet. So the berm will have a height of 15 feet, and the trees will be planted on top of that berm, creating a block to a building height that is 44 feet. You have a 15-foot berm with a tree at the time of planting based upon the size of at least 6 to 8 feet with the foliage at the time of planting, so that automatically will cover the first 20 to 22 feet of whatever the building is when you have a line of sight. With regard to I-94 North Service Drive, the frontage along the service drive is heavily vegetated. The applicant has submitted photographs of the entire frontage to show that they are going to be preserving all of the existing vegetation along the service drive frontage to provide the screening. In accordance with the zoning ordinance, the Planning Commission has the authority to approve this modification upon determination that the existing vegetation meets the screening intent of the ordinance. With regard to screening along Hannon Road frontage, the applicant is maintaining all of the existing vegetation along Hannon Road frontage. In addition to that, the applicant is also adding a 10-foot tall, 80-foot wide berm, which will be planted with trees on the west side of the existing vegetation. You will have all of the existing vegetation preserved, then a berm with tree planted, and then the site's development itself. Our finding is that the site is compliant with the landscaping required. The berms proposed on the site along the street frontage serve to meet not only the frontage or right-of-way landscaping requirements, but will also serve to screen the site from view of public areas. Our recommendation is that the Planning Commission support a deviation to allow the existing vegetation to remain. The Planning Commission has on previous occasions not required the removal of existing trees to plant smaller new trees. The Planning Commission has noted that existing vegetation should be preserved on all sites to the extent feasible. The second criteria is parking lot landscaping. The zoning ordinance has got specific requirement for how parking areas around each building need to be screened, and the existing vegetation and proposed green belts and berm comply with the ordinance requirement. The ordinance has provisions for interior parking lot landscaping. Every parking lot needs to be divided by landscape islands, and each of those islands needs to be planted with trees and ground cover. The ordinance requires interior landscaping to be a minimum of 5% of all interior paved areas. We find the site compliant. Loading area landscaping. All loading areas, wherever truck activity is taking place, need to be clearly screened from public view. The location of the loading areas on all of the buildings is located in a manner that is screened by green belts and existing vegetation. We find the site compliant. The next criteria is green belt buffering. The zoning ordinance requires specific green belt buffers between different zoning designations. In this case, the site is adjacent to Office Technology to the north. So the ordinance requires a 20-foot wide buffer with one tree for every 20 lineal feet, 50% of which needs to be evergreen trees. Per the calculations, which take into account the entire property line abutting the OT, to the north you have I-275 and you have Wayne County Community College. So that is the property line along which the screening is required. The plan proposes to count 237 existing trees within this greenbelt area that are to be preserved, and 40 new trees will be planted to fill in any gaps in the existing vegetation. With regard to the east side, adjacent to M1, the properties that are located on Hannon Road are zoned M1. Even then, the applicant is required to provide screening between their property and other M1 properties. The ordinance requires a 10-foot wide buffer planted with one tree for every 30 lineal feet. The plan proposes to count 122 existing trees within the greenbelt towards this requirement, and the only gaps in this vegetation would require 9 additional trees to fill in the gaps. We find the site compliant. With regard to open space landscaping, the zoning ordinance requires one tree for every 3,000 square feet of open space area. Based upon this requirement, an additional 42 trees are required for the site and have been provided. We find the site compliant. The next requirement is mechanical and utility equipment screening. Each of these buildings, since it's a data center, are surrounded by assorted mechanical equipment, which includes generators, cooling towers, chillers, and water tanks. These are labeled on your site plan as equipment tanks. The dimensions of each of the equipment is noted on the site plan itself. The zoning ordinance requires that these need to be screened from view of site. The applicant has noted that the combination of berms, tree plantings, and existing vegetation, in addition to the security fence, will screen all of the equipment yards. In order for the Planning Commission to determine compliance with this standard, we ask the applicant to provide line of sight diagrams, basically cross-section. What happens if they are on the other side of Haggerty Road in the single-family subdivision? If somebody is looking across, what will they see on the site? If somebody is driving southbound on Haggerty Road, what are they going to see on the site? Same thing goes for Hannon Road and I-94 North Service Drive. The applicant has provided cross-section diagrams showing what the view of the site will be with the green belts, the berms, and all of the required vegetation. We find the site compliant, but the Planning Commission can require additional trees if it deems it necessary to improve screening in any specific area of the site. The last landscaping criteria is stormwater basin landscaping. While this proposed stormwater detention is subject to Wayne County review and requirement, the Planning Commission recently found that Wayne County does not allow you to plant anything within a 25-foot buffer of the detention basin itself. As such, we made the applicant note that all of the landscaping that is required for the detention pond will be planted outside of the 25-foot buffer but will still screen the detention pond. The plan also notes the installation of 3 attenuation tanks. There are 3 tanks. These are 12 feet high. They're along the site's Haggerty Road frontage for stormwater storage. If you look at your site plan, they are represented by 3 circles. The tanks are intended to hold stormwater in order to prevent local flooding and reduce pressure on the existing drainage system. The tanks are only 12 feet high, so they are screened by the 15-foot high berm with additional tree height on top of it. So the tanks are not going to be visible from Haggerty Road. Our finding is that the stormwater basins and tanks are appropriately screened with landscaping. The design and functioning of the pond, I defer to the township engineer to review that category. The next criteria is tree removal permit. The zoning ordinance requires that all trees on the site which have a DBH, which is diameter at breast height of 5 inches or greater, are considered as regulated trees. The ordinance requires that 37% of all regulated trees on a site must be preserved. Per the tree survey, the site has a total of 12,374 trees, of which 5,573 trees were tagged and inventoried. The remaining 6,801 trees will remain untouched in protection areas. Based on the applicant's calculations and the total number of trees, the overall tree preservation on the site is noted as 68% by the applicant, which exceeds the minimum requirement. Of the 1,735 regulated trees which are to be removed, the applicant is required to replace all of them per the zoning ordinance. The trees can either be replaced on a 1:1 ratio, that is, for every tree removed, you have to replace it with a tree, or they can be replaced with a tree of a higher caliper, which is a larger tree, to account for it. The applicant is proposing a 1:1 ratio and proposes a total of 1,812 new trees, which would include 8-foot-tall evergreens and 4-inch caliper deciduous trees. Just for note, the minimum tree size required by all zoning ordinances is typically 2.5-inch caliper. So a 4-inch caliper tree is a substantial size deciduous tree, which is already established. It is the largest size tree that you can get in nursery stock. So it is a significantly large tree even at the time of planting. I also want to note that the trees that are provided for replacement are over and above all of the required landscaping that I just summarized. It is in addition to. Our finding is that the site is compliant. As a summary, the total number of trees that are going to be planted on this site in order to meet the landscaping and tree replacement standards will be 2,068 new trees. Stormwater management, I defer to the township engineer for determination on compliance with this matter. With regard to lighting, a photometric plan has been submitted for the site. A photometric plan basically shows the illumination intensity on all areas of the site based upon the fixtures that are being installed. The township, not so long ago, adopted a new robust lighting ordinance, which even regulated how the light needs to look and the heat that a light can emit, which is calculated by Kelvin rating. The site proposes the installation of pole fixtures and wall-mounted fixtures, which are all mounted at a height that is within ordinance standards. The photometric plan shows 0 light intensity at all property lines. Manufacturer's cut sheet detail for all fixtures has been submitted, and these fixtures are downward directed and shielded. In addition, all of the fixtures that are proposed will comply with the maximum CCT rating of 3000 Kelvin. 3000 Kelvin basically means it is going to be a soft, warm light, unlike the harsh white light that you see in some of the other buildings that you have seen. A light that is downward directed and shielded, if it's got a higher Kelvin rating, still at a distance will appear like a bright white light. Our ordinance regulates what the light can look. So a 3000 Kelvin rating is one of the most strictest Kelvin ratings, which will ensure that the lights have a warm hue, not a cold, harsh light. Our finding is that the site is compliant. With regard to architecture and building details, the project is split zoned, and the applicant has provided elevations for all buildings that are to be located on the site. The data center buildings that are located in the industrial portion of the site will be constructed of insulated metal panels featuring a variety of finishes, which would include brick veneer, granite stone, and solid finishes. Now, the facades that face Haggerty Road, Hannon Road, and the Service Drive are designed not to look like monolithic blocks. They will actually have brick, they will have stone, they will have other materials on them, giving the illusion of office buildings. They are designed to appear like office buildings, even though they will be significantly screened by all the green belts that I previously mentioned. The proposed colors are brown and beige with an accent color of teal blue. For the portion of the site that is zoned C1 on which the office building is located, the office building also has a guardhouse, which is a small structure located in the front. Since this is a secure facility, every vehicle that is entering the site needs to go through a secure guardhouse, key card entrance, and gated entrance. The office building is designed to be constructed almost entirely of brick, which is 92% on all the primary facades, with metal panels used only as accent bands. Now, the guardhouse has got a canopy with lanes that drive in for vehicles. The guardhouse canopy is also designed with full brick columns, as similar to what we would expect in our Belleville Road overlay district. It is designed to meet the highest architectural standards in our zoning ordinance. Our finding is that the site is compliant. While the township zoning ordinance does not currently mandate architectural standards for the industrial portion, it should be noted that the applicant has been responsive to staff's request for enhanced aesthetics. We made the applicant aware that our zoning ordinance does not have any specific regulations for how industrial buildings should be looked. However, because of the proximity of this building to residential neighborhoods, the buildings need to be designed to be more like office buildings and less industrial in appearance. The resulting design aligns more closely with professional office or high-tech campus than a traditional warehouse building. With regard to dumpsters, the site plan does show dumpster enclosures for each of the buildings. The enclosures will be constructed of split-face masonry provided with a stone cap and steel-reinforced wooden gates. We find the site compliant with the zoning ordinance. With regard to on-site signage, the zoning ordinance strictly regulates what signage can be placed on the site and how big it can be. The site is permitted a single monument sign, which can have a height up to 18 feet and area not to exceed 64 square feet. The site proposes a single monument sign near the secure entrance. The height of the sign is 6.5 feet, and the area is only 12 square feet, which is mounted on a 2-foot masonry base. The only designation on that monument sign is going to be the logo of the end user. The site plan also notes 2 emergency access signs, which are required to be identified by the fire department at the entrance, Hannon Road, and the substation. We find the site compliant. With regard to fencing, the site proposes 2 different types of fences. The first one is a security fence, which is an 8-foot-tall, black-painted, anti-climb security fence along the edge of the interior roadway network. The security fence is not placed on the perimeter of the property. It is pulled in and placed at the perimeter of the developed areas of the site only. The reason the applicant was asked to do this is to prevent cutting off any existing wildlife corridors. By pulling the fence in, the existing wildlife corridors on the site that connect to Wayne Community College's wooded areas will be maintained intact. The zoning ordinance permits a fence height of 6 feet. The Planning Commission has the authority to approve an increased fence height from 6 feet to 8 feet, which it has done on all other industrial projects. The site also proposes a decorative fence. This fence is a 4-foot-tall wooden split rail fence that is to be placed along the property line on Haggerty Road from the northwest corner and extending to the southeast corner of the site, covering the site's frontages. The fence is also placed along the site's Hannon Road frontage. The fence is a split rail fence, which is typically used in farming communities. The intent is to allow for wildlife to still be able to jump or traverse the site. Our finding is that the site is compliant with Planning Commission approval of the fence height at 8 feet. In addition to these zoning ordinance requirements, based upon prior concerns that were expressed at public comment period during the Planning Commission meeting, we noted additional items in our review. The first one is a noise study. The applicant has submitted a noise study that was conducted by Kimley Horn. Per the noise study that has been submitted, the site is compliant with the zoning ordinance noise limits. It is our understanding that the applicant is going to make a presentation tonight with showing that the noise that is compliant will be further reduced. The machinery that is going to be on the site will be further below whatever they have shown in the noise study that is included in the Planning Commission's packet. With regard to enforcement with the noise ordinance standards, our zoning ordinance and the township's code of ordinances has got strict rules and provisions with regard to nuisances if the site violates the township's noise ordinance requirements. I defer to the township administration with regard to this matter. The second concern that was brought up was vibration. The concern was if any low-frequency vibrations generated by the site. The township did conduct an independent study. I defer to Director Akers on the findings of the vibration study. The third is with regard to electricity consumption. The applicant has submitted written statements from DTE Energy to address concerns that were previously raised on electricity availability and reliability and possible cost increases to the residents. Per the letters dated December 22nd and 23rd of 2025, the site will be supported by the new substation and infrastructure improvements. DTE has specifically noted in the signed letter that any costs associated with the infrastructure unique to the data center will be paid for by the project and will not be passed on to DTE's existing customers. I defer to the Township Administration for any further information in this regard. With regard to water and sewer capacity, I defer to the Township's engineer. With regard to natural features, the site plan identifies an existing eagle's nest on the southwest portion of the site along the site's Haggerty Road curve. It is our understanding that the eagle's nest is also identified in the applicant's eagle permit. So the plan notes that a 200-foot setback will be maintained from the nest throughout the duration of the construction activities. Finally, the proposed development on the subject site will be subject to any additional regulations, permits, or requirements from the county, state, and federal agencies as they are applicable. The scope of our professional review is limited to the technical requirements of the zoning ordinance. Our findings are based on the data that was provided by the applicant's professionals, that is, licensed architects, engineers, arborists, and acousticians, and they were evaluated against the zoning ordinance that was adopted by the Township Board. The site plan has been reviewed for technical compliance with the Township's zoning ordinance. Based upon the 10-page technical analysis that I just summarized, it is the finding of staff that the applicant has met or exceeded all objective standards for a principal permitted use in the M1 and C1 districts. With regard to the discretionary items before the Planning Commission, increase of the fence height to 8 feet and parking reduction to not create unnecessary impervious surface area, this aligns with the past actions and practices of the Planning Commissions to enhance the site security and minimize unnecessary impervious surface. Maintenance of the existing tree cover in lieu of removing existing trees and planting newer vegetation is also consistent with Planning Commission's past actions to preserve natural features of a site to the extent feasible. Based on the submitted traffic, noise, and support documentation, the project demonstrates technical compliance with the performance standards and compliance with all substantive ordinance requirements. I would be happy to answer any questions from the Commission whenever you would choose to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kamer.
Thank you, Chair. Per usual, for those who don't sit through these meetings, at this time, Fishbeck looks at the engineering feasibility of a proposed site from the applicant. And at the township's request, Fishbeck has reviewed the December 23rd, 2025 preliminary site plans, as well as the revised January 22nd, 2026 preliminary plans for Project Cannoli. Comments in this letter are based on the requirements established in the Township Engineering Standards Manual. And it should be noted, prior to the submittal of the applicant's preliminary plans in December of 2025, Fishbeck and township staff have been working with the applicant to verify the capacity of the township water and sewer systems in regards to the required flows from the applicant. Separate system analysis was conducted prior to and during this review period. Under general comments, and as I go through my letter, there will be comments that aren't read in our letter that are based more on plan production and items that the applicant will need to address during engineering if it does move forward from this point. So the only general comment that we do have is that any soil boring information, including groundwater elevations and geotechnical reports, must be provided to the township. In particular, we would like to see the information on any and all dewatering plans, including any site-wide groundwater evaluation performed. For water main analysis, all water main service shall be designed in accordance with the standards set forth in Chapter 3 of the Township's Engineering Manual. The existing system on site consists of an existing 12-inch cast iron water main running north and south along the west side of Haggerty Road. In addition, GLWA mains run along Tyler Road to the north and Hannon Road to the east. The applicant's proposed plans indicate 3 different water main systems, including a domestic water main loop, fire suppression system with fire water storage tanks and a pump house, and a process water line or loop. The domestic water main loops through the site and will be connected to the GLWA feed. The proposed process water main is a 24-inch pipe extending from the north and connecting to the GLW water main on Tyler Road and Haggerty intersection. The township, the applicant, and GLWA and Fishbeck have had several independent conversations regarding the water service needs for the site, including both domestic and process water flows. The demand request ranges from 2 to 3.6 million gallons per day. Early on, it was determined that the township system in itself did not have capacity, so GLWA was brought in to determine if a separate tap could be done. GLWA has run the numbers independently of the township system to ensure that they can provide the water demanded. At this time, if more information is needed, we're happy to discuss those. But GLWA did provide an analysis of their system and has provided confirmation that they can supply the demand as a separate tap to the Panattoni site. One of the comments, and I should mention at this point, as the applicant submits preliminary plans, many of the on-site systems have not been fully worked out as the buildings and the parking lots may shift due to planning commission, to planning comments. So we don't have many comments on the interior layout of the water main or the sanitary systems. For the remaining water main service comments, one of the comments we have is that the applicant should work with the township fire marshal to determine this, if the site provides sufficient hydrant coverage for all the buildings and site equipment, which I believe the fire marshal's letter did mention as well. It appears that there is a gap in the hydrant coverage on the south side of the network service building, as well as several areas near the generators, chillers, etc. Remaining comments for the water main are preliminary plan and final engineering related, so we will skip those for now. Sanitary sewer, so similar to the water main, Fishbeck, the township, and the applicant have been working to determine if the township has the capacity to provide the requested service needed for the site. The existing system along the site, there is a 21-inch reinforced concrete pipe sanitary sewer that runs north and south along the west side of Haggerty Road. This sewer ultimately crosses under I-94 and heads east along the South I-94 service drive before discharging into the South Huron Valley Utility Authority system, which leads to the wastewater treatment plant. The applicant's plans indicate a proposed process water waste line, a domestic sanitary force main, and a domestic sanitary gravity sewer throughout the site. Each building shows connections to the sanitary system, and with the ultimate outlet connecting to the existing sanitary manhole or sanitary line on the west side of Haggerty Road. Just like with the water, as I mentioned, we've been doing had independent conversations with the applicant regarding the wastewater service for the site for both domestic and process water flows. The maximum allowable discharge for the process water to the township system will be 0.75 MGD, with a requirement to store on-site during certain wet weather conditions. The applicant is proposing 3 attenuation tanks on the site to store this wastewater from building 1 during these certain wet weather events. The applicant is required to work with the township to provide a complete and final design of the system that meets all the predetermined requirements and constraints as part of the engineering submittal. Again, from this point, all remaining comments and questions are more geared toward the engineering details and plan production, which we will determine further once or if the site moves forward to engineering approval. The applicant should continue to work with SHUVA, South Huron Valley Utility Authority, to provide the required information for local limits and review EGLE requirements for industrial discharge into the SHUVA system. SHUVA approval will be required prior to the township final engineering approval. Further design details, discharge control, meter requirements will all be discussed with the applicant or between the applicant and township staff during the engineering process. For stormwater management, the existing site sits on an undeveloped property, mainly consisting of farm fields, wetlands, and wooded areas, and currently contains no existing stormwater management systems. There are several county drains within the site, including the French and Post Drain, Spear Drain, Cooper Counts Drain, and Delaney Drain. The applicant's plans indicate stormwater management system for the site that appears to include underground enclosed stormwater and 7 stormwater detention ponds. Each pond is located adjacent to the existing county drain and has an outlet to each of these county drains. Several site driveways will be crossing the county drains, and culverts will be added to the engineering design as they move forward. Preliminary stormwater calculations have been reviewed as part of the preliminary site plan and are acceptable. Full stormwater management calculations, including conveyance calculations, are required for final site plan approval in accordance with the Engineering Standards Manual. The applicant is required to provide stormwater management calculations that follow township standards as well as Wayne County stormwater standards, and the plans must show both calculations. The applicant is to compare the 2 standards and provide the management design that provides the most stringent calculations. The applicant will be responsible for acquiring a Wayne County stormwater permit, and it is recommended that they start their conversations, which I'm sure they already have, with the county and the Wayne County Drain Commissioner's Office, which handles the drains on site. The site plans indicate significant wetlands on the project site, and it is anticipated and known that the EGLE joint permit will be required for the project. The applicant shall continue to coordinate with EGLE and provide the township permit status updates and submit all permit approvals for the township for review and record. All drain crossings and culvert work will be reviewed and approved by the County Drain Commission's office. The applicant shall forward all reviews and approvals to the township for review and record. Paving and grading, excuse me. All parking lot and driveway geometries shall be designed in accordance with the Engineering Standards Manual. All geometrics will be subject to the Township Fire Marshal review for emergency accessibility for fire trucks and all other equipment. All other comments in this section are in regard to final engineering, design, and details. Traffic impact studies. As Ms. Krishnan mentioned, a trip generation forecast dated November 19th, 2025 was prepared by Tetra Tech and was provided as part of the staff review submittal package. Based on this provided trip generation forecast, Fishbeck's recommendation is that the applicant submit a traffic impact assessment, which is not a full traffic impact study, but an assessment in accordance with Wayne County rules, specifications, and procedures for construction permits. The applicant shall confirm that a traffic impact assessment is acceptable by the county as well, as they will have the ultimate say in their right-of-way. Noise study or acoustic report. At the time of our letter, an acoustic report dated December 22nd, 2025, and subsequent revised acoustic report dated January 21st, 2026 were submitted for the township for review as part of the preliminary site plan package. At the direction of the township, Fishbeck, at the time of this letter, was currently soliciting an independent consultant to provide peer review of the submitted acoustics report. All review comments of this letter will be provided to the township and the planning commission as soon as they are available. We received these comments within the last 2 days, and the applicant has given responses to each of the items listed. Within the sound peer review, the main concerns of the review are as follows. The recommendation prioritizes receipt of the following supplemental information from the applicant to demonstrate feasibility of the sound study as provided. Sound power level data for each major piece of equipment that has been included in the sound plan model, description of noise control devices, noise barriers, and other noise control strategies that are included in the model, and results of the modeling of a scenario for the facility operating in with all power provided by the backup generators. Upon receiving this information, the applicant has provided responses to those comments. For comments 1 and 2, the response is that accurate and specific emissions data was provided by the end user or owner for the use in the study that they did. However, the data had been generalized for the public report because the proprietary equipment details can't be publicly disclosed. So essentially, when they did the report, they utilized the data that is being submitted as part of the model, but it's not disclosed directly in the report that you receive. We would ask that this information be provided to the engineers as part of the engineering status, and in order for us to confirm that it was done in compliance with typical standards for sound and acoustics. The final comment, the modeling scenario for facility operating under full power. The applicant's comment was that Van Buren Township did not require this as part of the study because it is an emergency exclusion if there is a full power outage, and that power redundancies on the project wouldn't necessitate the need for this. So I guess I would ask that maybe the applicant or owner can speak a little bit more on that when they speak today. As always, we do require and mention that soil erosion and sedimentation control plans will be required both in accordance with the Township's Engineering Standards Manual and the county standards, as well as a county permit. So from this, based upon this preliminary engineering review of the project cannoli plans dated December 23rd and the revised plans dated January 22nd, and the preliminary investigations conducted in the fall or late fall of 2025, Fishbeck recommends that the Planning Commission grant Project Cannoli preliminary site plan approval subject to the comments listed in our letter dated February 3rd, 2026, as well as all plan and design requirements listed in the Township Engineering Manual, and revise their design accordingly prior to submitting to engineering approval. With that, I am happy to answer any questions you might have.
Director Akers.
Thank you. So I will refer to our Fire Marshal, Andy Lenahan, who is here today to present the Fire Marshal's report.
And Fire Marshal Van Buren Township. A preliminary site plan was reviewed for fire code compliance. The focus of my review is fire department access and water supply. And the code I use is our adopted fire code, the IFC 2021 edition. Starting with fire department access, the site is accessed from man security entrance off I-94. And there are 2 emergency access drives, one off Haggerty and a second one off Hannon Road. In looking at those plans on sheet C2203, the fire protection plan, the emergency access drive on Hannon Road, number 2, needs revision to accommodate our ladder truck turning radius. In addition, the emergency access gates will be electronically controlled and accessible to the fire department with Knox gate key switches. Details of the building access will also need to be provided, including the use of approved Knox box keys. The ability for the fire department to access the roofs using the aerial ladder is compromised due to the setbacks and height of the buildings. So interior stairwells may be necessary depending on site layout. Overhead utility lines must provide sufficient clearance for fire department operations. In addition, the lines may need to be coordinated depending on the buildings for proper aerial ladder access. Moving on to water supply. The project is connected to an existing municipal water main, which then appears to supply an on-site pump house and fire protection tanks. The submittal shows a fire pump building which provides fire protection water to the site buildings. The plans show 27 hydrants that are spaced at approximately 250 feet. There were 3 gaps that were noted, hydrant coverage gaps that were noted on the plans. They are the northeast corner of Building 2, the south side of Building 2, and the south side of the Network Services Building. As the project details evolve, additional details will need to be provided on the municipal hydrants, the on-site fire protection, and this would include the location of underground valves, piping configuration, shut-off valves, and fire department connections to the pump house. Lastly, I just have some general comments. Due to the complex and various nature of the buildings, it is recommended that the 2024 IFC be used as a basis for fire protection. This should include the 2026 edition of NFPA 855 as necessary for stored energy systems. Early discussions should be provided on fire alarm management for the site. If a centralized fire alarm system will be utilized, the basic parameters shall be discussed in detail prior to design. Details on the energy storage system for the building shall be in accordance with the IFC Section 1207. And as the project develops, details on the energy storage system shall meet the requirements of the IFC and require detailed submittals. Lastly, the location of any diesel tanks will need to be evaluated to ensure that the proper distance is maintained from the building, exit discharges, and fire protection equipment. This concludes my review, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have anything else, Director Akers?
Nope, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have the applicant here and the presentation from you? Please introduce yourself.
Trey Bryce. I am the local counsel for the developer. I'm a lawyer with the law firm Taft, Setenius and Hollister, located in Detroit, Southfield, and across the country. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you tonight, discuss this project. You've received a detailed report from staff, the planner, engineer, fire marshal, and we're here for the preliminary site plan approval under the Township Ordinance 12.205A2. The key and what part of this is we've brought you a relatively easy project. All the uses has been commented are permitted uses by right in the two different zoning ordinances, or the two different zoning districts. There are no variances, changes to zoning requirement. There are a few deviations that have been noted that are within the Planning Commission's authority to make changes if you feel it's appropriate. If not, the normal requirements stand and the applicant would meet those under the development plan. The general position of the Planning Commission, as was put out, is to review the site plan per the zoning ordinance and code. And that's what we've said, is we have met everything. And per those requirements, the township, that's why it's such an easy thing, it's set up for approval. It meets all of the requirements. The additional things, or some of the things that were brought up, are continued developmental questions for the final site plan, which is an evolution following. I think, in fact, the evolving plan term was used. There are also some of the other questions. There are going to be subsequent approvals with the county, Eagle, the South Huron Valley. So there's several other steps that are still in there that will also cover some of the questions that were brought up about, to make sure that the plans continue to comply.
I'm sorry, sir. Our cable department's sending me text messages. Could you speak closer to the microphone?
Sorry, I just had knee replacement, so I was giving myself some extra space here. Apologize for that. But it brings down to that the plan itself meets all of the requirements, but we also have a presentation here that we've got the developer, the architect, builder, engineer. They're going to show you and explain what the plan is, and just as importantly, what it's not, to put this in a bigger picture of the benefits that it's going to bring both to the community in development as well as economics. And the underlying, people probably were using their phones. That's what the intent of the need of this project that we have. Some of it will be speak to those points: water, electricity, infrastructure, sound. All of those points will be covered. If not, please ask the questions. We have all of the experts here for your disposal this evening. So with that, I would like to bring up the developer. Adam Kramer is going to start us off, and then we can roll into some of the other points. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Adam Kramer with Panattoni Development Company, for the record. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, staff, thank you very much for the time today.
Raise the.
Is this
there you
better?
go. Okay.
Okay. So what I want to focus on here is something that's really important. We've heard comments through our open houses. We've heard comments by watching commission hearings. And we really wanted to make sure that not only do we cover the details of the site plan, but I think some of the broader questions around why this project, and really focusing on 4 key themes here before I bring up our team here that will cover the engineering specifics and construction details. First is that this is a fiscal anchor for the township, and we'll talk in detail about that, how we are focused on protecting residential utility rates, the massive net benefit for this community, and really how this is the most efficient use of M1 zoning. I want to start with one of the questions we heard, which is, why do we need hyperscale data centers, or why do we need data centers at all? 10 years ago, the average American was using about 1 to 3 gigs of data a day. Pre-COVID, we weren't doing as many video conferences, but streaming videos, playing video games, using our computers day in, day out. Fast forward to today, the average person is using about 10 to 20 gigabytes of data per day. This is for streaming high definition videos instead of our standard definition videos. It's for video calls, it's for streaming of planning commission hearings like this one. It's for social media, it's for gaming, it's for browsing. And as we talk about the longevity of this facility, where's the internet going in the next 10 years? It's projected that the average person is going to be using 500 gigabytes to a terabyte of data a day. And it will be used across different functions, whether it's immersive holograms, using it continued in your healthcare and how we're using AI to help advance healthcare at a rapid pace, or what I think is really important, how it's being used in the automotive industry, helping to advance self-driving, smart vehicles, connected vehicles, something that really resonates to key industry here in Southeast Michigan in the automotive industry, and how intertwined the future of the internet is to the future of the automotive industry and how they work together hand in hand. And that is some of the large drivers of data center usage going forward. We want to start also by kind of level setting, what is a data center? Every single thing you do on the internet, whether it's check a email or it's play a video game or stream a video, anything you do goes through a data center. And a data center simply houses the servers that are taking in your data, processing it, sending you back your video, sending you back your health records, sending you your car directions on where to turn, and it is sending that back out. It is a building with servers that, yes, it uses power, it uses internet, and it uses a lot of air conditioning in order to cool all of this. With that, I also want to kind of introduce you to our team, because I think this is a very important part of what we're doing. I'll save Panattoni for last. But what we focused on doing was assembling a local team, a team that has strong Michigan roots. So we have Kimley Horn of Michigan, who is our civil engineer, and they are one of, if not the largest civil engineer for data center projects in the United States. We have DTE Energy, who has been serving energy into the Southeast Michigan community for over 100 years. We have Walbridge, which is a local family-owned general contractor that is one of the largest general contractors in the United States, but is headquartered here in Southeast Michigan. And they'll talk about that, including the number of employees they have that actually live in Van Buren Township. And then we also have Siska Hennessy Group here, who is a renowned mechanical and electrical engineering firm. A little bit about Panattoni and who we are. Panattoni is a private, family-held company, and we have been for 40 years. And on the industrial side of our business, we are the largest private industrial developer in the world. We've built 630 million square feet of industrial space around the world. On the data center side, we have over 100 years of combined data center experience on our team. I've personally been in the data center industry for 13 years. We've delivered 10.2 gigawatts of data center campuses across our team. Panattoni currently has 3 gigawatts of data center development actively happening throughout North America. Our team has delivered 20 different campuses, so this isn't just in a couple campuses. We've delivered 20 campuses of data centers that are greater than 100 megawatts. And we've worked with all of the large end users, everyone from Meta, Oracle, Google, Microsoft. We have experience working with these people. A little bit about myself. I lead the data center group for Panattoni, and I have 10 years of developing data center experience in Michigan. So I actually built the largest active data center in the state over in Grand Rapids at the old Steelcase Pyramid and developed that data center campus over there. I love building in Michigan. I've personally had incredible experience, and we're very excited for the opportunity to do that here in Van Buren Township as we continue to grow. I think to take it one step further and have you understand what does it mean to be family owned, what it means is being able to engage and to directly work with the community, and we have done so. We've had this land under control for nearly 2 years. We've had 3 different town halls related to this project. We've engaged with the community, and we continue to focus on that community feedback as a critical part of how we've put this site plan together, and I will talk about that more in a minute. But we are a family-owned shop, but we have the scale and resources to be able to deliver projects like this for clients of all sizes. And we really are focused on investing locally as we continue to grow and supporting community efforts here. I wanted to make a real important point about what we're not doing, because we've heard a lot of speculation, and we want to put this on the record here about what we are not doing. We are not a Bitcoin crypto mining operation or an industrial manufacturing facility. There are no nuclear facilities of any kind on this site. There is no water, none of the water used by the data center is discharged to Belleville Lake or any groundwater source. It is all discharged into sanitary sewer system. There is no continuous vibration or industrial level noise. There are no chemicals added to the water that are not commonly used in everyday household products or in systems you deal with. There is no relocation or redirection of any existing drainage currently on the site. There's no rezoning or zoning ordinance changes required. There's no increase to residential or business power rates. There is no impact on water pressure. There's no projected noise exceeding ambient noise at the property line, which means, as we'll talk about that more, we are quieter than the current ambient noise, and we'll have our professional engineers talk about the study that they've done to demonstrate that. And data centers have no negative historical impact on property taxes. I want to double click onto two of these pieces here. One is we've talked about our water use on this project. This is from the GLEWA website showing the projected water demand in the year 2035. So looking just under 10 years out. They estimate an available capacity of 706 million gallons in 10 years from now. This project would use 0.4% of that available capacity. This is also a benefit to all users of the GLEWA system because this is stranded capacity that is sitting there. So by now being a customer, we are now paying for some of that stranded capacity and taking that and putting it to use. I thought I wasn't talking loud enough still. Ron had to come down here and yell at me. The next one we want to talk about is housing prices. So one of the comments we've heard is that data centers decrease housing price values. Not only have we presented in the FAQs a peer studied review from George Mason University and shown studies from CBRE, which studied housing in local markets, we've also pulled Zillow reports as well. Over the last 7 years, the average housing price in the United States has gone up 62%. In 3 of these large data center markets we see today, Fort Wayne, Columbus, and Des Moines, they're all close to or meaningfully exceeding the national trend for housing prices with larger data center presence than we're talking about here today. Now to focus on what we are doing. We are developing a modern, environmentally friendly data center for cloud computing. And I say environmentally friendly because part of the updated sales and use tax requirements for the state of Michigan require that it be environmentally friendly, and there's objective standards that are listed inside of that sales and use tax. We are designed to perform better than zoning requirements for light, noise, environmental, and utility requirements, at or better, I should say. We are preserving nearly half of the site as open space. 130 acres will be preserved. We've created custom fencing to allow wildlife movement while maintaining property security. So instead of taking a broad security fence around the perimeter of the property, we've limited it to where we have dwellings and roads, and that is reflected in the site plan to allow for wildlife movement to continue. We've conducted third-party noise studies that confirm levels are significantly lower than current standards. We have proposed building berms and mature trees to meaningfully reduce the visual impact of the project, as discussed earlier. We have permanent site access relocated from Haggerty Road to Interstate 94 North Service Drive to prevent traffic impacts on the most populated areas. And we're meeting and exceeding all health and safety requirements for this project. And we're going to touch more on these in a moment, but I just want to set that base. I talked a little about the large economic benefit from a project like this. Even with PA 198 tax abatement, we are projected to be the #1 taxpayer in Van Buren Township and top 5 in Wayne County. This project will have approximately 1,500 construction jobs. Our construction activity continues to support local trades, many of whom are here today and represented by this, and we have a strong focus on hiring locally. And that doesn't just mean Southeast Michigan, that means Van Buren Township. This data center represents a long-term investment, providing stable tax revenue with limited demand on public services. I'll talk more about that with studies in just a moment. And the ongoing operations will have low traffic based on the population impact for this project and what we are doing. And we are developing this for a Fortune 50 company who will be the owner of this project. So unlike the project over in Saline Township, which is being built and leased to an end user, this is being built for and owned by the end user. They are making this direct investment into this community. We want to talk about the state's clean energy goals. A project of this size is a driver and creates a predictable demand that justifies this new utility scale renewable investment. This is an important piece. Unlike traditional business energy loads or residential energy loads, which when you go home at night, you turn on your washing machine, your dishwasher, your TV, your air conditioning, your heater. Right now, no air conditioning on right now. Turn on your heater. All of this spikes on the grid. And then when you go to work, it drops back down. Data centers create a nice flat load, which delivers a massive benefit to the grid and makes it easier for grid system planning. And I'll talk about the financial benefits of that in just a moment. This project also serves as a market anchor to be able to help drive the state towards its 100% clean energy goals by 2040. This site, when we were doing the site selection of this project, one of the things that really stood out to us as an opportunity was the fact that we have 94, 275, and Haggerty Road. We are building in an area that has a lot of existing ambient noise, which means our disruption is meaningfully minimized. And we'll talk about that as well. This is a long-term investment. This is a really important piece about what we're doing, is making this investment and being able to build this project. I want to talk about the significant economic benefits from data centers, and all of this has citations as well. We talk about what happens with data centers, right? Is they generate a lot of tax revenue, and they have a lot less employees per tax revenue dollar generated, which means that on average, data centers are generating about 20 times the tax revenue per employee of a traditional job. That is a net benefit to the community. And as an example, in Loudoun County, Virginia, for every dollar of government services consumed by the data center, it generates $26 in net benefit to that community. And there's recurring revenue from this project. This is not a build it and it's done. No different than you get a new phone every few years or a new computer every few years. There's new servers put into this project. And even with PA 198 tax abatements, it is a massive influx of new tax revenue every few years into this community as this equipment is refreshed. I want to talk about energy rates. I know that's on everybody's mind. And DTE is here as well, and they will speak more to that as well. But one of the things that DTE has spoken about is the net benefit for ratepayers from projects like this. In testimony, they talked about that a similar project down the street in Saline would create nearly $300 million in net economic benefit for ratepayers by coming online. And that's consistent with data we're seeing from utilities across the country. But PG&E in California testified that for every gigawatt of new data center demand, it would increase the average residential utility bill by 2%. In Mississippi, Entergy, the utility there, which they've seen a lot of data center growth in the last 4 years, has noted that the large data centers are actually helping to fund critical reliability and grid improvements, while that would otherwise be charged to ratepayers, and they're taking on a larger share of that. And there was an independent study that came out from E3, Energy and Environmental Impact, that shows for every megawatt of data center usage, it creates about $33,500 in surplus value for the system. And that is pretty consistent on what we're seeing across the country, including into testimony provided by the utility. Talking about the benefit on property taxes for ratepayers. Here's two examples in Virginia that have data centers, large data centers. The tax revenue in Mecklenburg County accounts for 25% of the entire county's budget today. The result is the county's been able to reduce property tax for residents while simultaneously building a $150 million new school. Loudoun County, Virginia, part of what's known as Data Center Alley. Over the last 17 years, they've seen property taxes reduced nearly 30% per $100 of assessed value because data centers continue to pay a large piece of property tax value for the community, back to what we talked about here that 20x number, right? $20 or 20 times the taxable revenue per employee of a traditional project. And then there's hidden economic benefits from this. The construction surge from a project like this means 1,500 people working and building this project, eating at local restaurants, shopping at local stores, and supporting the community. The indirect multiplier, we've seen this is the most conservative number I've found, which is that for every data center job created, there's 6.2 indirect jobs created in the community. And a minimal traffic load. Unlike a traditional industrial warehouse or industrial facility, because it's a data center, it's going to have very minimal traffic, whether it's car traffic or semi-truck traffic. We've worked hard to listen to this community, to listen to stakeholders, and to incorporate community feedback into this project. We've done this across noise, water, power, health and safety, impacts to wetlands, visual impacts. We've tried to demonstrate about property value. And so we've made a number of changes directly based on community feedback here. And this is my last slide before I hand it over to the team to talk about what this looks like in practice in the site plan that you've seen today. The changes we've made include the noise study that confirms that we meet or exceed the township noise standards. In fact, we've worked with the township and are now putting on what's called an ultra quiet package for some of the equipment, and that'll be reflected in the noise study you see in a moment. The site layout, buffering, and infrastructure refined to reduce off-site impacts, so not using Haggerty Road, making sure we're coming off North Interstate Drive. We've added additional mature trees and focused on the berming to make sure there is no sightline. We've left large portions of this project undeveloped and open space. And we are planning job fairs both for construction and for permanent jobs here in the community. With that said, I want to hand it over to John Ackerman with Kimley Horn. John is Kimley Horn in Michigan. He's located right down the street here, and he and his team have been working with us from day one on this project to get this developed. John.
Thank you, Adam. Are we good? Sound-wise? I know I'm a loud talker, so hopefully we're good.
Yeah, as long as you make sure the microphone's close to your mouth, they should be able to hear you.
Thank you, everybody. John Ackerman with Kimley Horn of Michigan, 3000 Town Center Drive, Southfield, Michigan. As always, Ms. Krishnan did a fantastic job of thoroughly explaining the project, so I don't want to regurgitate everything, but there's a lot that I want to hit on as far as the, how this project evolved and where we are at today. All right, so here we go. So start with natural features on the site. When we first started looking at this, a year plus ago, you have to analyze what's on the site. And we started the dialogue with Eagle very early on. There's about 40 acres, a little over 40 acres of wetlands on the site, some regulated, some non-regulated. Multiple meetings have happened with Eagle, including an on-site boots on the ground wetland identification program, which is where our wetland consultants actually walk the site with the flags are all visible, and they adjust them together if there's any adjustments that need to happen. So the wetlands that you see on this plan are bought in by Eagle. And we actually, as of now, we've formally submitted our joint permit to Eagle, and we're going through that process. Comments have been received, it's ongoing, it's evolving, but we understand the priority and the complexity of that, and we're actively working with Eagle on that. There are multiple county drains that navigate throughout the site. Those are also regulated by Eagle and Wayne County. So we understand that any impacts to those need to be permitted through those agencies. There are significant woodlands on this site. And as Ms. Krishnan noted in her letter, we did a thorough investigative study of all trees on the site that are 5 inches DBH and higher. That doesn't count for all the other trees and understory vegetation and everything that's on the property. But from what we analyzed, there's over 12,000 trees on the site. And wanted to point out that you can see there's, a significant amount of them along the southern property line. Oop, hold on, I went one too many there. Along the southern property line and along the northern property line. So the focus was, when we started looking into the development of this, let's see what we can do about maximizing those areas to help us with buffering of the property. the eastern or the western portion of the site along Haggerty does not have as much vegetation. It's pretty open, so we knew that we're going to have to buffer that, and I'll talk a lot about that here in the next coming up slides. So we worked a lot in trying to figure out the most applicable site layout that works, that navigates a lot of the concerns that we heard from the township, from township staff, and basically looking at, the natural features limitations of the property. And the plan that you have in front of you is the evolution of that. There's 5 buildings on the site. I'll just kind of talk briefly about each one of them. Building 1 over here, that's about a 300,000 square foot data center. Building 2, this is a single story, about a little over 40 feet in height. Building 2, the largest building on the site, also a data center. That is a 2-story building at 64 feet high. Building 3, it's a smaller data center located up in the northeast corner of the property. That's about 88,000 square feet in size. Then you have the networking building located in the central portion of the site. That's a single-story building, about 126,000 square feet in size. And then the office building located right here at the security entrance. That's a smaller office. That's a majority of the administration services will be operating out of there. That's a little over about 28,000 square feet in size. One of the key elements that, as far from a feedback perspective, that we heard right out of the gate was absolutely do not access Haggerty Road. Do whatever you can to try and make sure that your primary entrances are not in that location. So as you can see, our primary entrance location, the only entrance location for everybody on the site, is located on the south side here on the service drive. There are, as you heard, there are 2 other emergency access points only, one located right here, and then the other one located over on Hannon. Those are gated. Those are only available for ingress and egress by emergency vehicles, and we'll coordinate with them to make sure that they have the Knox boxes and everything else that's required for them to access the site. And then finally, stormwater management on this site. There's 6 basins located, detention basins located strategically throughout the property. Each one of those is focused on handling stormwater within the smaller watersheds within the site because of all the drains that navigate throughout the property. And going back to the drains, wanted to point out that one of the key criteria to this that led to the involvement, the evolution of where we're at right now, is there's no drain relocation proposed on this site. It's a challenge at the state. There's a lot of regulations. It's something that we did our best to try and work with, and we're happy to say that we are not relocating any drains on the property. We are crossing some. We need to in order to navigate the property, but there's no relocations. This slide kind of gives a really good idea of the amount of natural features and landscape benefits that we have on this site. Very rarely do you see an industrial property that's developed preserve almost half the site. I mean, it doesn't happen. There's over 130 acres of property that's being preserved in natural state on this development. And as you can see, the first slide I talked about, the ability to try and save a lot of the trees along the north and the south side. These are significant buffers of existing vegetation that are being preserved in their entirety. A, you want to keep the preserve, or you want to keep the existing vegetation, and B, they double as a fantastic screening mechanism for in the site. Along Haggerty Road, we don't have the existing vegetation to work with, so as it was alluded to, we're going to be screening that area with a combination of 10 to 15-foot berms and a lot of landscaping. We're preserving over 8,000 trees on the site, and again, I mentioned that's 8,000 trees that were surveyed. There's tremendous more that are smaller, 2-inch, 1-inch, all the understory vegetation, all that's being preserved on this property. So we're significantly saving more than 8,000 trees. Again, those are the ones that we actually went out and surveyed. In addition to that, we're proposing planting of over 2,000 trees on the property to help substantiate some of the perimeter landscaping. And as I mentioned, there's the perimeter landscape berms along Haggerty Road and along Hannon. And the landscaping that we're putting in, they're not little Charlie Brown Christmas trees. These are, if you look at the plans, some of these are 14-foot evergreen trees. So you have a 15-foot berm and you have 14-foot trees that takes significant, and it's tree spades to put these in. So they're going to all expenses to make sure that the screening on this really works right out of the gate, not 20 years from now when these trees grow. We are putting in substantially larger trees than you see in all industrial developments. I'm gonna go back one slide. Two things I forgot to talk about on this slide that I wanted to mention. Pedestrian circulation. We talked, Mr. Krishnan talked about, what we're proposing as far as the sidewalk systems throughout the site. And I wanted to touch on the one, we show it as an alternate sidewalk from this location wrapping around down to here. It's a sidewalk to nowhere. In order to put the sidewalk in, we have to take out trees and disturb more wetlands. It adds impervious surface. Our request to the board is, or to the commission is, can we escrow that funds, put it into a sidewalk fund? We can have a conversation about that, but we just don't see the need for that sidewalk at that location. So we're up for discussion on that, but we hope that you would agree with that. The second comment I wanted to make is the deferred parking, and we are asking for a variance on that, not a deferment. We have substantial data from the end user of this property on multiple projects throughout the country and that justify there really isn't the need for the parking that's required under the ordinance. And you can see on this plan, and you can see it in your sheets, we do show it around, building on the north side of building 2 here. We show it some along the south side of the networking building. We have the space to put it in, but it's just more pavement, it's removing natural features, it's impacting more wetlands, taking out more trees, and it doesn't make sense. We will never need it, so we're asking for a variance to just remove it, or deviation just to eliminate the need for that for the future. So talking a little bit about the berms, this is actually a sight line from Haggerty Road. You can see in the bottom left corner there where this is. This is building 1 up in the northwest corner of the property. That building is about 48 feet tall from the road based on where that building sits. The building is also not up on the road. The building is extensively set back off the property line, more than what the ordinance requires. But as you can see from this exhibit here, you don't see the building at all. It's a 15-foot berm with 8 to 14-foot tall evergreen trees on top of it. It completely screens the building from day one. This is an entrance on the schematic from the south side, looking into the service drive entrance. Same thing here. In this area right here will be building 2, but you don't even see it because this is, all this vegetation in the background, existing vegetation is being preserved. We're supplementing it with some street trees coming in, but the building itself is north of 600 feet, set back north of 600 feet. That combined with the level of landscaping, it completely screens it off from everybody. And this is the view from Hannon Road, the bypass over Hannon Road looking in. You can see this is all just existing vegetation, clearly screens the building. The building up in the northeast corner is also a single-story building at 45, a little over 45 feet tall. So it's completely screened off right out of the gate. I know there's a couple people have talked about the security fence. I wanted to give you a graphic that does a good job of showing actually where this security fence is proposed. When we first started talking to the township, security is a very, very serious issue with data center development. There's a lot of time and effort that goes into this. And the original discussions were a perimeter security fence. But after several meetings with township and the staff and Ron's staff, it was determined, let's see what we can do to deviate from that. Let's bring it into the site to allow for wildlife to still navigate to the site while maintaining our security measures. This red line that you see going around the property or around everything, that's where the security fence is. So it's internal to the site. So all these corridors along the north and the south sides are still wide open for wildlife to navigate through. It's untouched. We do have the equestrian feel split rail fence that's going to be out front just to show that this is a developed property, but wildlife can navigate through that without any concerns. So Josh Caps from Panattoni is now going to come up and talk a little bit more about some of the water, the sound, and the buildings themselves. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, John. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and staff of Van Buren Township, thank you for having us tonight. I've got a couple graphics here that are going to
Introduce yourself to us, please.
miss that part. I'm Josh Caps. I'm the Director of Data Center Delivery for Panattoni. I've got some graphics here, and I want to preface this first graphic before I get into the equipment placement. I'll be talking about the sound, and I have multiple slides that will go into detail on the sound studies and the ambient noise study that we've done. So I just wanted to start with that. So John went into the details about the site layout and how we avoided impacting the site with the placement of the buildings. And what I want to touch on is the decision from that point of how we organized the buildings and the equipment to minimize the sound attenuation that would be leaking out into the community. Starting with building 1, that building has cooling towers on it that we've placed in the east equipment yard. That was done intentionally to create as big of a buffer from the Haggerty subdivision across Haggerty Road, so that we could use that building, and you'll see that's a theme throughout this, is placing the equipment broadside to the building to allow that building to act as a natural buffer, as well as all the other things that we're doing with the berms and the other foliage on site. Building 2, we took a similar approach with the chillers. You'll see that the broad side of the chillers run lengthwise across the south and north side of building 2. And that was done to focus that sound attenuation against the building and interior to the site, so that you only have one width of a chiller facing outward to Hannon Road. And then as we move to building 3, we placed all of the equipment that has noise emissions on the north side of the building, and as well put that equipment broadside to the building and oriented it such that it would be facing the building and then also I-275 to the north. We've gotten some questions about the water tanks on site and what their purpose is. So I wanted to go into a little bit of detail about that. So the 3 water tanks that are in the equipment yard at building 1, if you just imagine those water tanks the same way you imagine the emergency power generators, if there is a water main break, we still need to be able to supply that building with water the same way that we would supply that building with power in the event of a dual transmission outage. And that is for all of the services that these data centers will be providing that are essential to the community, emergency services, medical services, et cetera. So those water tanks represent 1 day's worth of water usage. And we minimize that as much as possible so that we would give the crews enough time to fix the water main break, go through, make sure that that water has been properly filtered out and is acceptable to start running back through the system. So in the event that that building experiences water loss, those tanks would have a pump system that are attached to them, and that would start to use that water that's in those storage tanks and replenish over the time after that repair has been done. The 3 other tanks that are in the yard to just north of the substation, those tanks are, as Township Engineer Kammer mentioned, designed to hold back discharge from the facility use water in the event that you have wet weather days where the sewer system is overloaded and cannot take on any more load. So those tanks are there to allow the building to discharge and hold that back on site until the township has deemed that the sewer system is back under those wet weather conditions, and it will allow water to slowly drain out of those tanks into the sewer system. And the way that those tanks were sized was we took the maximum daily discharge rate and looked at the worst possible weather storm period that we would have, multiplied that by the discharge rate, and then put a safety factor on top of all that to ensure that we're never in a situation where we don't have enough holdback on site and there's still overcapacity in the sewer system. So that's how that was sized. The next item that we've heard about was the telecom systems and how those are distributed throughout the site. That will be brought to the site through overhead transmission on power poles, and then once it reaches our site, it's going to immediately go underground into a series of underground vaults that then get distributed into the buildings underground, and that is how all of the buildings are connected from a fiber telecom standpoint. So now I'd like to talk about the noise study that we've done. I'll show a site plan that has incorporated the Marley Ultra Quiet fans per the request of Van Buren Township. So really these fans are applicable to the cooling towers, which were one of the things that had a slightly higher noise emission originally, but I'm pleased to report that we've seen a significant reduction in exercising that option. So a couple things to point out here. We've got different noise limits per different use that we abut from our property. The Haggerty subdivision is residential use, obviously. So the minimum requirement is 67 dBA, right? So that's the minimum requirement for residential. When you get into commercial, which would be Wayne County Community College, and industrial use, those go up to 75 and 80 dBA. And I would like to point out the pink circle that's right here around building 2 and around building 3. That is representative of 67 dBA. So that's the minimum, right? And those are closer to industrial and commercial uses. What we've done with the Marley Ultra Quiet fans adjacent to building 1 is those produce a 12 dBA drop per unit, and taken on the whole across that entire system, we are seeing a 8 to 10 dBA reduction in sound from those cooling towers by implementing that package. So all of this is far below the compliance thresholds of 67 dBA at the property line. And you'll see that in the next couple slides, we've went and had a third-party professional engineer do an ambient noise sound study. dBA, sound, and ambient is what you would experience in the community as it sits today. The study was done at night with 1 to 2 inches of snow on the ground, and snow acts as a sound attenuation as well. So quieter than you would normally expect in summer or during daytime use is when the ambient sound study was taken. All right, so you've got 3 sets of numbers up here. The top number in blue, that is the ambient nighttime sound. The number in green is the projected sound from our project at the same point that the ambient sound study was taken. And then the number in yellow is the difference between the two. And in all scenarios, the ambient sound was louder than the sound that our project will produce at the receptors where they were tested. And they were specifically placed at Haggerty Road across from Building 1, on North 94 Service Drive, and on Hannon Road across from Building 3. And I just think this demonstrates the commitment that we've done in the intentionality and placement of the buildings and the equipment, and the improvement in the equipment selection that we've made throughout this process. This is for DBA, which is the regulated ordinanced sound. So the next slide I'm going to show is something that's called DBC, which is also known as low frequency sound. So this isn't part of the noise ordinance, but it is something that has been brought up as a concern in the FAQs that we've seen. So we wanted to be prudent and do that study as well to demonstrate those results. So again, same logic here. The blue number is the ambient noise taken at night. The green number is our projected noise from the site at the same point. And the yellow number is the difference between the two, and the same results in all three instances. We are equal to or less than the ambient sound at night. Now I want to talk about our water and how that's being supplied. It's been touched on several times, but I know that it's a concern with the amount of water that the project will be using. This water is getting water from Great Lakes Water Authority's regional system that will be metered and paid to Van Buren Township through their system. What this project is not doing is in any capacity using groundwater for construction purposes or in the permanent condition. Backup generators will meet Tier 4 emissions standards to minimize air and sound impacts. So that's an important distinction there, because Tier 4, for those of you who don't know, that reduces the NOx, the NOx, nitrous oxide, and the particulate matter by 90% compared to other tiers that could have been selected. So that's a big positive when we're talking about emissions from the emergency use generators. And to Mr. Kammer's point on talking about the emergency generators and the noise study, I want to clearly state when these generators will be in use. So we've got two dual transmission feeds that are redundant coming to the site underground into the substation. And the only time that all of these emergency use generators would turn on is in the event that both of those transmission lines went down simultaneously, which means that there would be a regional blackout in this area. And we asked DTE and ITC to go back in their records and see when the last time that happened was. And then they went back 10 years and couldn't find a single instance of when that occurred. So that means, had this project been in existence for the last 10 years, those emergency generators would not have functioned all at the same time. So that, I want to dispel the emergency use generator topics that we've been talking about a little bit. There will be maintenance required on the generators. There's fuel inside of them. So That's something that happens 2 generators at a time during daytime hours. So that was shown in the noise study that you all see. We placed what that looks like in terms of a sound attenuation. It's a little bubble you'll see, and it's in compliance. It's very localized, and the Tier 4 generators will also help with that to a certain extent. This project will administer recycling of construction waste in line with LEED, which is Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design, which is a leading body on environmental standards for the construction industry. I've got some samples that I'm now going to pass around that demonstrate the building materials. So we worked with Van Buren Planning Department to ensure that our aesthetic for this project would complement the existing architecture seen throughout the community. What we're looking at here on the left is a north-facing view of the office building. So that is primarily brick in the C1 district. And that building is, you know, the cornerstone of this campus for all the employees that will be working here. And we've done a really good job of implementing feedback that we've received. And you'll see brick, you know, which is a common building material throughout the township, symmetrically and placed on all of the buildings to tie the buildings together back to that cornerstone feature of the office building, with special emphasis on Building 1 and Building 3 facing Haggerty Road and Hannon Road, and then on the south and north side of Building 2. The picture on the right is the western face of Building 1, and that looks very similar to the eastern face of Building 3 that would be facing out to Hannon Road. So the public frontages, we paid special mind to make sure that those looked like a high-scale campus, and that's really what this is, right? So this is meant to attract, you know, top caliber talent, run this facility and work in this township and provide back to the community. Lastly, I'm going to talk about some of our construction and job site operations, and then I'll hand it over to our general contractor. So we heard feedback about whether there would be a batch plant on this site. There will not be a on-site batch plant. We will be using concrete material suppliers throughout our regional area to ensure that we supply the building materials. So that will not be happening. The project is committed to complying with all local noise ordinances and approved work schedules and permitted flexibility. So we will, you know, and that is, I'll get into it in a minute, but that's why we selected a local general contractor. Our site access is designed to reduce neighborhood impacts. We will not have a site construction entry point off of Haggerty Road. And lastly, before I hand it over to Wallbridge, I just wanted to talk about their selection. I was one of the key decision makers in selecting the general contractor. And I've built projects all over the country. And I've found that when you have a company that's invested in the community, has employees in the township, that they can drive past the project and have a connection to what their work is, show their family, their children, and be proud of the work that they're putting into place, it's going to deliver the best results for not only the project, but the community as a whole. And I'd like to, use that as a segue to introduce Dave Robson, who's the Vice President of Mission Critical Data Center Group for Walbridge.
Good evening. My name is Dave Robson. I'm the Group Vice President in Walbridge's Mission Critical Group. Thank you, Josh, for that introduction. And I want to thank the Van Buren Township Planning Committee and the Van Buren Township representatives for allowing Walbridge and my colleagues here behind me and our construction craft that are here in this room to come here and introduce our company and our excitement for this project. So we've heard a lot about the project, a lot about Walbridge. I thank Aaron for the introduction. We do indeed have very deep roots in this community. Walbridge, in fact, has been headquartered in Southeast Michigan for 110 years. We're privately owned and operated. We're a flexible, nimble, responsible company. We live and breathe in this community. And more importantly, I think, when we look at this project, we had options too. So Josh, just as you chose us, we chose you, and we couldn't be more impressed with what your team has pulled together today. Walbridge is the largest construction contractor in the state of Michigan. We're the #1 constructor of automotive facilities. We're very proud of that. We're also one of the largest constructor of data center facilities in the United States today. We've constructed more than 50 data center projects to date, many of which have been in neighboring Ohio and Indiana. Much of the craft that we'll bring back to this project here in Michigan are from Michigan that went elsewhere with us looking for jobs. And as we pointed out in one of the slides, I think we showed 1,500 craft. I think that's probably a little understated. It's probably closer to 2,000 by our accounts right now, our estimates. And so when we look at, what it means to us in working in a local community, I look back in our records. In the last 10 years alone, Walbridge has spent $15 billion with Michigan subcontractors and vendors. We've already begun to engage Van Buren Township businesses, as many of them can attest to, and we'll set a personal goal for this project to make sure that they're engaged. And that's not just trade contractors, that's everyone from the caterers providing food to security companies. I mean, we're gonna do a deep dive. We'll hold a subcontractor outreach, which many of you will be involved and invited to. So we're gonna make sure that this is a community project. We touched on our 23 Van Buren Township residents, many of which are here tonight. They're all very excited about the project too. They come home, they sleep, they live in this community, and very excited about the project. We've completed successfully 194 projects across 46 different communities in Michigan. We know that this project's going to be an absolute success. Our commitment to your local charities, things like the Area Council of Arts, the Rotary Club, the Van Buren Concert Series, Codes for Kids, we've already begun to look at how we can support. We know that we'll be living with you for the next 3 years. We have to be an active participant. So we look for all the ways that we can support and make your lives better during this construction journey. Thank you. Now I'd like to introduce Dan Mahoney of DTE.
Thank you, Dave. Mr. Chairman, Madam Treasurer, members of the Planning Commission, my name is Daniel Mahoney. I'm the Director of Policy and Regional Affairs for DTE Energy. It's a pleasure to be here with you tonight in support of this project. Because data centers are large energy users, DTE plays an important role in how these projects show up in the communities across our electric service territory. As a regulated utility here in the state of Michigan, DTE has an obligation to serve each and every customer who wants to come to Michigan, whether it's a commercial customer, a residential customer, or in this case, an industrial customer. And because of that obligation, we are laser focused on ensuring that each data center we power pays the full costs associated with connecting their facility to the grid and powering their operations. At no time will DTE's existing customers subsidize the data center, and each data center will pay the full cost for any infrastructure required to connect to the system and the generation needed to power their operations. Tonight, I'd like to touch on what we consider a basket of protections for our customers that exist here in the state of Michigan. I'm going to walk through each one of these one by one, and then we'll unpack them a little bit more. First, on the right-hand side here is something that Mr. Kramer already referenced. The state of Michigan in 2024 passed what's referred to as a sales and use tax exemption for the processing units, the servers inside these facilities. And they did so with learning some lessons from other states. In this policy, there are key provisions in place that expressly call out that existing customers cannot subsidize data centers in any way, shape, or form, right? The second and third protections are really rooted in the regulations that govern the investor-owned utilities here in the state of Michigan. Let me start with the middle one, which are cost of service rates, right? This approach, cost of service rates, is a policy that Michigan's had in place since 1939. This approach ensures that each customer we serve, a residential customer, commercial customer, or industrial customer, pays the full amount for both the fixed and variable costs associated with serving them electricity. This includes the power plants and their fuel, transmission, as well as the local distribution system. This approach creates fairness and equity in electricity rates and ensures that each customer pays their fair share for the system that provides them power. For this project, we intend to use our standard, what we call our D11 industrial rate, which will ensure that 100% of the costs associated with providing electric service are covered by the data center. The final protection I'd like to highlight is resource planning and the regulations in place for ensuring a reliable supply of power for all of our customers. While we have an obligation to serve any new customer that wants to locate in our electric service territory, we also need to demonstrate to the Public Service Commission that we have the capacity available to provide power to our customers 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and that we are planning for their future needs as well. We do this through what's called an annual capacity demonstration, which is actually a 4-year forward-looking requirement that we do every single year to show the Public Service Commission that our generation fleet can provide adequate supply for our customers' needs. We also do this through what's called an integrated resource plan, or an IRP, which takes a longer-term view on what resources will be required to serve our customers' electricity needs well into the future, 10 and 15-year horizons. These three things provide a basket of protections that ensure that our existing customers, one, don't subsidize data centers, or two, experience rolling outages due to a lack of capacity. Let me just walk through a little bit of what backs up the three things I just covered. First and foremost, this is the state's sales and use tax policy here. I just like to show folks to make sure that they don't just hear it from us, they see the actual text of the law that's in place here in the state of Michigan. There's two key provisions here that we've highlighted in yellow. On the first section, letter C, a rate that causes residential customers to subsidize the costs incurred to provide electricity to a facility. In essence, if a data center chooses to apply for the sales and use tax exemption, they cannot have a rate that is subsidized by existing customers. The second section here is also something that Mr. Kramer previously covered. It refers to the state's clean energy standards. Michigan has both a renewable portfolio standard and a parallel clean energy standard. And these facilities, through service provided by their local utility, will need to comply with both of those standards as we meet the key deadlines 2030, 2035, and eventually 2040. Here is a simple depiction of cost of service rates. It's how each and every single one of our customers is provided a rate, right? Fixed costs plus variable costs divided by what the customer's load or demand is, right? This is just how we go through cost of service rate making for each and every one of our customers. This is what ensures that every customer pays their fair share for the system and their usage. Last but not least, I just want to come back to the integrated resource plan, the generation process we have in place to meet our customers' needs. Later this calendar year, we'll be filing our new integrated resource plan. We last filed in 2022. And so we do these things every 3 to 5 years. And in this plan, we will be demonstrating how we meet these clean energy standards and also how we plan for our customers' needs, including new load from data centers. In addition to these customer protections, what we see when a data center with a large load joins our system is that our customers will actually experience an affordability benefit. I know Mr. Kramer spoke to this as well. Utility infrastructure investments are a lot like investments in municipal infrastructure. When a large energy-intensive user becomes part of DTE's customer base, our fixed costs, that top part of the equation, are spread more widely, benefiting all customers. Data centers, and specifically the ones with large electricity needs, can become major contributors to the investments that DTE is already making in the distribution grid to improve reliability and our generation fleet to provide cleaner energy for our customers. To give you a sense of scale for the positive impact we can reasonably expect from a new data center, they will offset hundreds of millions of dollars a year in annual rate pressure, creating an affordability benefit for everyone. To put this in context, that type of affordability benefit would support billions of dollars of investments in the distribution grid without impacting customer rates. I want to conclude by highlighting one last way these customer protections and benefits become a reality, right? The Michigan Public Service Commission recently set forth conditions for their approval of contracts between DTE and a data center. In the Commission's own words, these conditions guarantee the protections and benefits will be realized for our customers. After this community completes its review and approval process, DTE will need to seek approval from the MPSC, the Michigan Public Service Commission, and these types of conditions should serve as an indicator for what the Commission will expect from us for this project and what you can expect from them for this project as well. Thank you very much for allowing me to make some comments tonight. Thank you.
As we prepare to conclude, we thank you for indulging us with the extra time here. We really thought it was important to make sure to cover the issues that we've heard from previous commission meetings, from the public, and address this. And before I hand it I promised you very brief comments here for Mr. Bryce. I want to say thank you personally to commission staff who spent a lot of time working with us on this to make sure that we are following all the ordinances, that we are going above and beyond the standards. And thank you to the Planning Commission for the time you're not just giving us tonight, but that you have at previous hearings where this has come up in public comment as well. And we truly are grateful. We don't, being a family-owned company, when someone welcomes us into their home, we take that for what it is, which is a massive honor and an opportunity to earn your trust. And so we look forward to doing that with this project. With that, I'll hand it to Mr. Bryce to wrap up.
Again, thank you everyone for the opportunity here. And I think what we've seen tonight is you've heard the full presentation of the addressing both site design, environmental protection, noise, water, flooding, power, traffic, construction, health, long-term operations, economic impact. And what it's shown is that you can develop a data center both meaningfully and respectfully for the community. And that's part of this, the intent of the presentation was to explore that and explain that to everyone. The project has been reviewed by the township planner, engineer, against the township zoning, site plan standards, applicable state regulations. And the information that's presented demonstrates the compliance with all of those requirements that are set forth in the township zoning ordinance section 12.205 for site plans, and shows that, as the word in the presentation from the planner was consistently said, it was compliant. Not only is compliant, it meets, and it shows we have exceeded just about every requirement they can bear, and exceeded it significantly most of the time. And based on that, both the Township Zoning Ordinance, State Enabling Act basically say that when we've done this, the project should be approved. It's a use by right under both the manufacturer, the M1 and C1 zoning districts for the two different properties. But the other thing just to quickly highlight is what this has shown is that not only do they meet the zoning requirements of height, setback, lot coverage, the traffic and only coming off of the service drive, low noise, vibration, but the intent of making this project a benefit for the community through the design process of the architectural design and materials, this screening and landscaping, setback and coverage plays back from zoning into the design, the parking deviation requested to minimize open space impact, lighting the same thing. But then to highlight the balance that we're trying to talk about is the economic impact and benefit that these projects actually do bring to the community and will bring to Van Buren is not only we've got the construction jobs, the long-term jobs, the appurtenant jobs that are created because of this sitting here. They mentioned that not only would this project create the landowner being the largest taxpayer in the community, one of the largest in the county, is what that property tax does, very similar to what the DTE presentation was, is your budget is set. When this building gets built and it has a valuation and they're paying property taxes, the community itself, you don't get to collect more money. Under Proposition A, you're set at what the money is, but now you've got a big chunk that's coming in from another new landowner, and that's where the other residents benefit. Their taxes through the millage rate essentially will drop because you're set at what your budget is. You've just divided it over a bigger piece now. That then creates both the property value increase because the taxes, a lower tax base, it's a more interesting, more desirable community to live in. It also, because of the minimal use that these projects have, it increases the property value over if it was a regular warehouse industrial project, which could also fit under the zoning. I've shown that the water usage availability is there, the electricity is there, both are going to be protected. The residents will be protected from these costs. It will all be paid by the landowner. And so from this, we've based on all of the materials that have been presented, the presentation itself that was given tonight, the commission has all of the information that it needs to move forward with the approval of the preliminary site plan approval, which in essence, through the law, is required to be approved. So I thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioners, would you like to take a 10-minute recess, anybody? Yes. Okay, at this time, we're going to recess for 10 minutes. We will reconvene at 7:53. I believe a few of us need to stretch our legs and take a short walk. Okay, recess. 7. Now, commissioners, excuse me, can we hold our conversation, please?
Are the microphones on? There we go.
we go.
Okay.
Okay.
I think.
All right, calling the meeting back to order. Commissioners, we're up for discussion within ourselves and across.
Through the chair, I'd like to make some comments as well as eventually lead to questions. I think it's important to say, I mean, I know that there's been meetings over time. There's been a lot of people voicing their concern at the trustees meetings as well as some of the planning commission meetings prior to this. We definitely appreciate the attendance and all the commentary. I also want to make it known, you know, what the process here is. This is the preliminary site plan approval process. This is the first step in getting the project itself approved. There is another step after this through the township was final site plan approval. So this is really truly the first step to get it put into motion, to get it built in the field. The next step is really to satisfy engineering requirements as well as if there's any adjustments in the plan that would take place then before the final site plan approval. I think it needs to be made pretty clear by both Vidya, who is our very capable and professional plan reviewer. She's hired by the township to review our plans. The one thing I want to make note of is that there's 7 planning commissioners here, starting with Peter and ending with me. And ultimately, we're the ones that have to make a decision. And we're a good cross, sort of a good mix of different people that have different qualities throughout the community. And I'd also like to say that I know it doesn't seem like it at times, but we definitely do take the residents' consideration to heart. I mean, that is our job. I mean, we represent the community from all 4 corners of the community, and sometimes, unfortunately, we have to make some decisions that are very painful, and they're not completely at all times 100% beneficial to everyone. To be fully transparent, we are appointed, we are not elected. We do receive a very minor monetary stipend, which I would like to describe as equivalent to maybe taking a family 5 out to McDonald's maybe a couple times a month. So it's not a big one. It's just, I don't know even half the time why it exists. So I just wanted everyone to know sort of where we're coming from. And the one thing I want to point out directly right from the get-go is the whole notion of by right. You listen to the descriptions and you listen to the outline of from both consulting engineers, and it was applied directly to our ordinance that is currently in place that has been developed over time since the inception of the township. And that's the only thing they can do. There's no personal input into that whatsoever. You might meet them on the street sometime, maybe, a week from now, sometime in another community, and maybe get a different sense of it, or a different, not an analytical application of it, but maybe a personal decision, which is outside what this is. I mean, we do also hold personal opinions about this thing, but as you heard at least a couple of times from the applicant, that this is by right and by law, that we have to approve it. That's what they're telling you, because it meets all of the requirements of the ordinance. Now, I will say, and I did hear this in a trustee meeting that was back in December. Mr. McNamara did state that if we wanted to, we could fight it, and that would have to be a legal battle. The only thing that I could think of that any grounds that you might be able to battle this on is the definition of what this is. The original, when the data center definition was placed into the ordinance, I'm sure at that point in time, there was never any forethought or vision that AI was going to essentially take over the planet, and that the requirements of such a facility would ever measure out to be at this level. And even if you go Google it, there is a definition that differentiates between what we intended to have in our original ordinance, and that being a traditional data center, which is different, and the requirements of that center is completely different than what a hyperscale. This is a hyperscale data center, not a traditional data center. So that would be the only battleground that we could actually argue on. And of course, that could proceed forward, but it'd have to be something that maybe we would have to come to some conclusion on, or even maybe even at a higher level on the trustee level. But I'd also like to address the presentation this evening, because I'll admit that I came prepared to address some of the things I think they did answer. And I'd like to talk a little bit about the farm site itself. Obviously, it's not under township control. It has been for a while zoned M1 and part of it commercial. And we had this is something we inherited. This has been on the books a long time. I will admit that at one point in time, I did have a discussion with someone, and I did say that to me it was the silliest thing I've ever seen. Why would you ever put M1 in the middle of an area that was surrounded by residential, and on one side, the community college? The future plan zoning is for, I think, technology, and that is very appropriate for what this is. But unfortunately, our hands are tied unless we completely go down a legal road, which unfortunately I'm not sure that is a gamble. So just as long as everybody understands sort of what the base of this looks like, I'd like to actually make some comments on the project itself and the presentation that was made. I do have a fair amount of questions. I'm hoping that maybe over time we may want to consider holding off on a final decision based on maybe some follow-up. But I think I want to, address some things that were on the forefront of the residents, specifically surrounding the site itself. I think number one was sound control, as well as for low frequency, as well as just standard sound control from the site itself. Because obviously, as everybody knows, and if you watched enough videos and you heard enough chatter online, that one of the biggest complaints of residents that were located near data centers was the constant drone of what I would term as not the equipment from the interior of the building, but the exterior and the cooling equipment, which consistently would, as everyone knows, this is a 24/7 facility. It doesn't stop making noise. But based on what I have seen in their presentation, as well as their study, what they're essentially saying is that, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, but what I've heard is that the specialized cooling tower equipment that is cooling the facility has less noise, produces less noise than our background noise at all times of the day. To me, that's a big win. I would have to say that I had a big write-up to attack that portion of the project, because I don't think everybody does that. I think the thing is, I think that if they just strictly followed our ordinance, they probably wouldn't be putting up a berm. They do the minimum, and unfortunately, I'd be fighting that part. There's certain things and certain aspects, I would have to admit, of this design that I find, again, over and above, which is probably appealing to that site, and I'll explain why. I've been, and I'll exclosure, I am a resident of the Haggerty sub, not too far from the site itself. So I've been watching this site for a long time, knowing that at some point in time it was going to be developed. Always concerned about the fact that, yes, and you probably heard it from the developer themselves, that, we could show you a lot more pain than what we're going to do, and that is it could be a trucking facility, and then you're talking about 24/7 trucks humming in the background that you would have very difficult time controlling. I look at this as maybe the least of the two evils, and strictly from the standpoint that something's going to happen here, and what does that look like? I think if we could get them to somehow include some of their, and I don't know if it's legal the way it is, but if we could somehow get them to include some of their language regarding some of the sound issues. I know there was a slide that says what we are not doing. I kind of like that list, because it kind of holds you to, if we could get that into the documentation somehow, that would hold you into, hold you to, maintaining some of these things like the sound levels. Maybe even on the DTE side, we could get some commitment from them, assurances anyway, that says, yeah, our rates are not going to be affected, even though we hear the aspect of the laws that state that. So that would be beneficial. I do have, though, from a sound standpoint, concern about the generators themselves. I know there was not a sound study done for the generators specifically. I don't think our zoning ordinance actually has any exceptions for that, which would mean that if we ask for a sound study, we should get one for the generators when they were running. Is that correct? Because there's nothing that says, if we have a sound ordinance, it doesn't say, well, that generators are exempt, right?
So we actually have two separate noise provisions. So we have our zoning ordinance, which has the noise limitations at the property line. And then we also have a general noise ordinance. That general noise ordinance has exceptions for emergency stipulations.
So is there a noise level for that, or is it just unlimited?
There's not a specific decibel level, no.
So it just says, so I guess it just says you can make noise in an emergency, and then so if any
Not in quite in so many words, but yes.
So then, well, anyway, that's in the ordinance too, then, I guess, that I was not aware of. So also, I guess it also deals with the low frequency noise, which is another thing that that was a major concern for everyone. Some things like building heights. I mean, I've seen that burn picture for too long, and I think that honestly, it's sort of funny looking. I know that things aren't going to be that dense. I am an architect, by the way. I'm an architect for over 30 years, and I did work for a developer for 15 years. So we did design, build, and develop as well. So I kind of know the routine. So another issue that I thought I'd cover that it didn't seem like anybody truly addressed, other than what's his name, Mr. Mahoney, and he didn't go in very great detail, and that is the big thumb sticking out on the site, which is the high voltage substation. There are no renderings, no idea of what this thing really looks like. 7 acres is a huge substation. We're talking about a substation that has that will provide the level of power that could power what, like the city of Detroit residential area? I mean, that's massive. It's really big. I wouldn't feel comfortable until I saw what that looked like, to make a final decision. I think that aesthetically it could be pretty unsightly anyway. And I'm not sure, and I think there's only 10-foot berms showing in front of that. So I think that might be a consideration to really think about what that looks like. And if you would be willing to do the same as you've done in the building itself, then maybe there needs to be some additional thought behind what that looks like. But I think we need quite a bit more information on the substation itself. I know that we have some residences on the west side of the site as well. I mean, and I know that there's somewhat of a natural buffer there with trees. I think it might be helpful to, I know there was a couple perspectives shown this evening. I did appreciate that. That was helped clear up some things, but it would be helpful maybe at the next meeting as well. I would like to see more perspectives. This is a huge project. And just to focus a little bit on a couple of buildings is really, to explain to everybody here as well as the Planning Commission, because I will have to say that, we have some very smart people here, but not every one of them are used to looking at elevations and understanding what you're seeing. I think that if you had aerial images, perspective images showing everything that's on site, including generators, cooling towers, fencing, water towers, where all the detention is, that sort of thing, then I think you'd have a better complete understanding. A lot of people can't read site plans. So those, I think if you could bring in, for each and every building, maybe go around the perimeter, talk a little bit about how you're screening, because I know there's screening required for even the equipment outside of the building itself, and I'm not 100% sure that just having a berm at the perimeter will satisfy that completely, since there's more vantage points than just Haggerty Road. There's vantage points from the community college as well. So I think that if we could just better describe what that looks like, that would be helpful. I would like the other issue too that I think that I'd like to bring up is the DTE substation, and that is, given that it's a high voltage substation, that over time, and you could look it up yourself, that there have been complaints about health-related issues with regard to distances from that substation. So I think a good follow-up with that to assure people that that's not going to become a health issue would definitely be beneficial as well. And I think that's all I have for now until something else comes up.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I would want to echo some of Commissioner Grant's concerns regarding the substation. I want to point out, though, that my understanding from reading the packet is that the substation is being permitted and reviewed separately. I believe that we will get from our DTE representatives here that they will bring us a fully formed site plan. They'll go through the same preliminary review for feasibility that this campus is going through. That being said, I believe that the substation is integral to this campus plan.
Right.
If the substation doesn't get approved, I don't see how the campus can be approved.
Right, so that, I guess part of that is probably wouldn't hurt for us to see it all at one time rather than, why would you wait? I mean, you might be spending money that you don't need to spend.
Why I could absolutely, and I think that the reason why we don't have a preliminary power substation site plan is likely because of the expense of getting it planned out correctly. If this doesn't move past preliminary, what's the point of planning out the site,
I would
the
argue
power
that this
station?
is probably a $100 to $200 million construction project minus all the equipment in the building, which is probably in excess of that. That would be a drop in the bucket if you're truly committed to this project.
Fair enough, but I do think it is DTE that's going to own the substation. It's a different applicant, and I'm just saying that's my understanding of why I had the same question. Why don't we have a power substation diagram? Why don't I have that?
Could have come tonight with some diagrams. Then stop from doing that.
Could have, but they didn't.
Right. So to me, it's kind of like you're delaying it a little bit. I mean, it's being delayed by, their own lack of, providing information. Because I would like to see it.
Well, Commissioner, I would say that, from my opinion, there's no way I would be in favor of a final site plan for this campus without knowing what the power substation looked like first. Any moving forward, I would have to say it would have to be conditional on that.
What harm it may bring to the community.
Sure, full review, full review.
Right.
Okay.
Through the chair, I completely agree. I think it's short-sighted to look at something like this without seeing how it's actually going to have the power necessary to function. And I agree. I'd like to see that before we make any action.
Comments?
Through the chair. I guess what I would say is I thought the presentation was very well done, and I think it answered a lot of questions. I would certainly hope that most people feel more comfortable with what this project is. The one question I have, which is probably very menial, I have a generator at my house, and it goes off every once in a while, and I can hear it, but it's not a big thing. I want to know how you're going to sequence all those generators that you have when you have to test them.
Good question.
As I mentioned, the generator testing is done sequentially, and that's a part of the operational plans of the facility. So they, on a cadence that's in compliance with their annual testing that they have to do and their maintenance testing, that happens 2 generators at a time maximum, and that's during daytime hours. So on a sense of the timeline that they would be doing that, it's about 15 minutes per set of generators that they would do the maintenance on them, and then the annual test per set is about an hour.
And how many generators do you have?
The generator count is 156.
And I wonder how you're gonna, doing two at a time, how you're not gonna be running it a lot longer than, that's.
Yeah, I think if you just think about a year, right, and the calendar days in a year,
there's
there's 365, right, and there's
Right.
156 generators. So the team is very adept at doing this maintenance, and that's what they're trained to do, and is part of their operations manual. So it's just move this quarter. We're going to do building 1, and we'll start on the the east side of the equipment yard, work our way across it. Quarter 2 is we're going to move to building 2, work our way through that building's generator yard, and then subsequently the other smaller yards that we have.
Chairman? Yes. I had a question, since the applicant was up at the mic. You brought up phasing for this campus, and I didn't see, normally in a preliminary site plan, we'd have a phasing description or a statement regarding phasing on the site plans, but I don't see it anywhere. Could someone from the applicant please talk about project phasing?
I'm Kramer for the record. This will basically be built, this won't have traditional phasing. We will be, while building 1 will get delivered first along with the hub and the network building, it is only a few months separated from building 2 and building 3 delivery, which will be separated by a few months, but it will basically be happening, there will be concurrent construction across this campus.
Does our consulting staff agree that's just not traditional phasing?
No, that's not. The traditional phasing requires the project to be divided, where even engineering will not start for phase 2 till phase 1 is completely. And there's typically a time period of at least 18 months for which the township collects bonds for completion. This is just sequentially building across the entire site. It's technically considered one phase. Yep.
Thank you.
Through the Judge, I want to follow up on the generators again. I'm not fully understanding how this testing, how many do you say they were? 100 and what?
150.
So there's 156. Could you describe over a period of time how you actually test those? Is it like every day for 6 months, or, I mean, it's for that many generators, if you're saying it takes an hour for 2, or is it 15 minutes for 2?
Typical testing would be 15 minutes for 2 generators at a time. That will happen during daytime hours.
Okay.
It'll just be sequential. It's not testing every day. It's typically once a month.
Okay, so let's just take building 1. So you'll do each building individually, right? Yes. So they're not doing it at the same time. So can you describe how you do building 1? And I think you got like 44 or something around building 1. I can't remember. I counted them.
Yeah, there's 36 around building 1. So if you just think about that 15-minute time increment, right, 2 at a time. So you do the math on that. You're talking about 18 15-minute periods, right? So in the course of a given month, you do that math over the course of a couple hours to do one side, and then flip over to the other side. So you would have 9 15-minute periods per side. So what is that? That's 4.5 hours, essentially, per month per side.
Okay, and then every building gets tested independently.
Yeah.
So 3 days worth of testing for every month?
Yeah, and again, on that noise study, if you go...
Be per day, right? It could be 2 days, it could be 1
Yeah,
day.
and that's how they would phase it, right? When you look back at the maintenance operations in your packet, and you look at the sound blip that's on there, highlighted in a white box, that's the representative sound of the generators running. And if you compare that to the rest of the sound, I guess I can go back.
You show it.
So it's a little hard to see there, but on the southwest corner of building 1, you see that pink bubble surrounded by a white square. Yeah, I can point it. Yeah, so that's really it. That's the generators running during maintenance operations. And then we've demonstrated that over here as well and over here as well to the closest sound receptor to show you the impact
Yeah,
of
okay, I
the
see what
sound.
you're saying. That's per pair is
Yeah,
what you're
and we're just saying, if we were doing all three buildings at the same time, which we don't plan to do, right, that would be the noise generated.
Okay.
Through the chair. So while we're still talking about generators, could you describe a little bit about the expected size of these? Obviously, there's all different types of generators. There's some that you can have at your campsite that are, 2 shoe boxes, and then there's the sizes.
2000.
Right. And then there's the ones that are outside your house. Obviously, I'm assuming industrial size generators are going to be much larger.
2.75 megawatt generators.
Okay, what about physical size?
I don't recall the exact physical size. It is in the packets that we've submitted, if you want to look back at that, and we've provided representative imagery as well.
And then are they diesel powered? Is that fuel stored on site, and if so, how much?
So the fuel is stored in a belly tank with inside the unit itself. It's a double wall tank. That means it's self-contained. So if there was ever a crack in the interior tank that's holding the fuel, that it would go into the interstitial space of the secondary lining.
Okay. And then if there's any other questions about generators, maybe we can stay on that topic, but I do have separate topic.
kind of associated with the sound issue. Going through it, like I had mentioned, it's encouraging to see, how it tests out. Now, over time, things change, right? So I guess, would you be willing to engage with the township in some kind of monthly monitoring of sound levels, just over time?
If that's the requirement of the township.
Well, I don't think it's a requirement, but I think we're asking if you would be willing, as a good neighbor, to do something like that.
Yeah, I think our plan is to work on a development agreement with the township on things that matter and are important here. And that's something, if that's important, we can work with the township on that, absolutely.
Okay, I appreciate that.
And I do, if I may address the substation.
Sure.
That is a separate application. We do need to do this sequentially. That is how this process works for us. Like, we have to get this approved before we can start working on the second one. That's how we've set this up, so.
I understand that, but I mean, some indication of what it looks like probably wouldn't hurt.
Absolutely, but we will be providing that as part of this to this commission, right? Which, to your
Right.
point, that will be a separate item, and if the commission's not pleased with that, then that is a conversation at that point. But it will be back before this commission, just to be very clear.
Yeah.
Through the chair, just on the substation, just to first and foremost say, I was very impressed with the presentation, probably the most detailed and one that I've seen. I think I'm speaking on behalf, but I think it's safe to assume that our expectations for the substation and the buffering and all that will go into that plan, so I don't know if this is for DTE. But I think our expectations for the commission is gonna be do the same, right? Because it sits right on Haggerty.
Right.
It's right across from a residential subdivision. The last thing we want is an eyesore. So I think my expectation would be the same buffering and the same, that you have in place with the berm and the tall trees and the views. I don't expect to see it from the road. So, thank you.
Thank you. And just a point of clarification, it won't be a substation, it'll be a switching station, which means there's no transformers on there. So that's where you talk about a lot of the additional low frequency noise or other things.
The label says high voltage substation, I think, on the plan, if I remember.
Yes, but they're used interchangeably. I just wanted to make that point. It'll be made clear in the application from DT.
I guess sorry.
Go ahead.
I want to talk about the substation a little bit. Maybe the DTE guy can answer. We have 7 acres noted on the plan, but there's 3 for expansion. I don't remember if you actually addressed that. I mean, why would you need 3 more acres?
Yeah, so just a point of clarification. On projects such as this, there are 2 different arrangements that can happen. There's an arrangement where DTE would construct, own, and operate the substation, And then there is the other scenario where the customer would construct, own, and operate the substation. In this scenario, it is of the latter. So I would have to defer any comments to the project team on the substation because it's simply not our part of the
They're
project.
gonna own it. They're gonna own it then, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
So there will be substations on the buildings in the application. Those will be owned by the customer. This station here will be owned by ITC in this application.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I have a point of privilege. I couldn't hear that response. I'm really sorry.
Apologies. This will, so there's actually multiple pieces. This will be a joint application. ITC, just for clarification, will technically own the switching station, and then the power lines connected on our property from the switching station to the substation will be owned by DTE. So that will be the application that will come in here.
So the 3 additional acres are for what?
I think probably for setup and maintenance. It's not, you'll see this in the final plan that comes here,
Okay,
in the preliminary
okay.
site plan, so
Okay.
they'll be detailed.
Okay. So is there gonna be ever any future consideration for SMRs?
No, no.
What are,
Modular reactors.
oh.
They're self-contained, yes. They're gonna be popular, actually on DTE's website is one of their future sources of energy. So they're actively developing that, that's why I asked.
And
Kind of like you would find on the, our naval carriers and submarines.
No, it's not like that, no. They're
Those
self-
are small
they're
nuclear
self-contained.
reactors.
Yeah, well,
They're
yeah.
self-contained.
But, I mean, like what pickle we're in now, which I would give credit to the developer, and that is, the definition again. Hyperscale was not thought about back when the traditional data center definition was developed.
So,
But I will give them credit, because a lot of what they're doing, if it was written, I would want that to be written into that description.
Mr.
I would-
Chairman,
Go.
you know, I know that it's been brought to us in other meetings from the public, the possibility of companies wanting to do those small nuclear reactors. We listened, we heard, and I was not aware that that was something that large Fortune 50 companies were pursuing, but it turns out some are. That brings me to a point that I want to make. It's not a question and it's not going to be a condition, but I do understand that there are concerns around not disclosing who the end user is during a preliminary planning. But you know, land use, this is a public process. Look around, this is a very public process. And I really expect that whoever the end user, the ultimate owner of this parcel is going to be, they will have to be disclosed before the applicant seeks final site plan approval from us. I don't know which company it is that's coming in. I don't know what their plans are. I would think it would be in your best interests to disclose it early. But like I said, I do understand there are business concerns around disclosing it. I understand them. Again, phasing. But as long as the applicant understands that we will expect disclosure of that before final site plan approval is considered, that's the only comment I wish to make on that.
For the record, we are fine with that, but because there are, as you mentioned, there are certain reasons for that. The end user doesn't actually impact anybody. It could be anybody, that's going to use this. The impacts are going to be the same. There are business reasons, confidentiality reasons for a business more than business more than that, and so that's why it is. But when we do get to that point, that is fine. I did want to bring on one on the site plan is you actually are putting a requirement in that is not in your ordinance. There's the site plan for the DTE facility is separate. Whether it has to come to you, it could get denied. Then it would be beholden on us to try to get it, but that's not actually a condition for this site plan.
Yeah, I understand that. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying that submit it for approval. I'm saying submit what it may look like, just so that we can respond to it early, maybe save them some further redesign or input.
It probably is more of a pushing towards for the final site plan with this. They would show the renderings for the substation could be part of it, but that's not part of what the ordinance allows or requires. So I just wanted to make sure that part was clear. The thought I understand, it's not, it doesn't, hinging one on another doesn't follow the ordinance.
No, I get that. I mean, no different than, hey, you don't really need, the ordinance doesn't say you need to give us a bunch of perspectives to explain the project, but we would like that so we can make, an intelligent decision and respond appropriately.
Through the chair.
Commissioner Paul?
Yeah. So we mentioned, or one of the presenters earlier mentioned that the servers themselves are going to kind of have to be cycled through every couple of years, months, potentially, depending on how quick the technology goes obsolete. As we know that, then we saw on the slides, higher computing power means higher energy draw. If we continue to advance the way we are with our servers, what is the future energy draw going to be for this facility? I know we're looking at 1 gigawatt right now. Is this something that can turn into 2, 3, 4 with the new servers being added? And is that, tying in, are there plans for future expansion with that idea that we're going to kind of continuously build this out as technology changes?
Through the chair.
Yeah.
What I can tell you is we're here for a 1 gigawatt facility. This is planned for with this. This is the power infrastructure that we are going to be under contract with for DTE. If I knew what the future looked like this well, I'd be a much better stock buyer and not be here today. So I can't predict what the future will be, but I can tell you that this facility is built with the future in mind, and this capacity is built with the future in mind today.
Then just a quick follow-up question for DTE, and maybe you can answer for them. What is DTE's total power draw? Or like how much power do they provide per year?
So DTE's generation fleet is built for peak capacity. Hottest day in the summer, coldest day in the winter. Rarely do we provide, that amount of energy to our customers on a day-to-day basis. So we do have excess in our generation fleet. That is how we are planning to serve this project and the one that preceded it, right?
Do you generate like 10 gigawatts, like 100 gigawatts?
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, so I would say on, our probably peak load is somewhere around 12 gigawatts, 12,000 megawatts.
One facility would be like 8% roughly of your total draw?
Whatever 1 of 12 is, sure. These are approximate numbers. I apologize. I don't have them off the top of my head, but we could certainly follow up and provide.
Yeah, and I know,
exact.
I know you touched, thank you. And I know you touched on this during the presentation, but just because I know I have heard this from multiple residents, please confirm that there will be absolutely zero effect on residents' power bills, availability of energy, like no blackouts. Just really, really want to nail down on that.
Yeah. So, my presentation covered those things in detail. At the end, I, discussed once the community goes through its review and approval process, we, by utility regulations, will submit contracts to the Public Service Commission. They will, look for certain things in those contracts that meet those very things that you just talked about. So I'm not asking you to take my word for it. I'm just let the process play out. And I believe that the things that you're looking for on behalf of your community will exist.
Anybody else question?
Well, I got a list.
I have one. I have another
Well,
one.
I've got one for you, Mr. Mahoney. What do you mean by unique to end user in your statement as far as additional costs? Because if they're suddenly drawing a lot more power and you have to turn something else on to keep the grid up to value, is that going to influence the cost to the community because suddenly you have to produce more power at that point?
The chair just mentioned what I was trying to get at much better than I could.
It actually works in the opposite way, right? So the more that the more electricity we provide to our customer, when a large customer joins our system, it will drive down the fixed costs that everyone else is absorbing today. So our system, both our generation fleet and our distribution system, are built, right, for meeting our customers' needs as they are today, right? And as we invest in that system, right, those costs are going up. So having a large user like this project join our system, they're going to absorb their fair share and then some, right? And that's what creates that affordability benefit to our customers. Their contributions to our overall rate base will exceed, right, the costs that are incurred to provide them service, which will create an affordability benefit for everyone else.
Okay. Thank you.
Through the chair. So two-part question on water. So I know that they mentioned that there are chemicals treated. I think it was said that nothing different than like what would, household chemicals. But my question is, because of the heat and the evaporation, does that water with the chemicals evaporate? And if so, where is it collecting?
Yeah, so the only building where there's any sort of water vapor being emitted is at Building 1 where the cooling towers exist. And we've implemented drift eliminators, which is essentially, just think about it as a filter at your air conditioning unit. And what that does is it catches up to 0.0005% or retains that to that level. So thinking about it the other way, 99.9995% retention of anything that would be emitted. So the only thing that you would see coming out of the cooling towers is truly water vapor.
Then separately on water, what's the daily water draw? I know that, it's closed loop, you fill it up or you charge up the system the first time. There is percentage that's lost to evaporation through cooling. How much more per day, per year do you have to add?
Yeah, so the closed loop system, other than maintenance or pipe bursting, something like that, should not need to draw more water once it's fully charged. And that's at Building 2 and Building 3. The Building 1 situation is a constant draw of water, which was stated on the magnitude of 2 to 3.6 million gallons.
A day?
Mm-hmm. Which is equivalent to roughly an 18-hole golf course's use a day.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for the previous speaker, if I could ask.
Yes.
Mr. Kopp, the director of the data center, I had heard in other communities that there was concerns about wireless communication infrastructure, microwave relay towers. Is there any plan to have any wireless communication on the site, or is it all being handled in underground fiber?
If I may answer this, I've been building data centers for 13 years. It is all, we are utilizing fiber technology. This will not interfere with wireless telecommunications and any signals.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, another member of the presentation team on the topic of the parking requirements for the site mentioned at one point that they were seeking a variance instead of a deviation. I think maybe they misspoke, but I feel that I need clarification on that. I know we have some zoning board members in the audience and watching this evening that I'm sure will be having that question forefront in their minds.
Yes, it was, I believe, an accidental misstatement. It is not a variance. The Planning Commission does not have the authority to act on variances. It is a request for deviation, which is within the powers of the Planning Commission. So the term is deviation, not a variance.
It does change how we have to approach it.
Others, questions?
I don't think he's done. Are you done, Jeff?
I have a
I mean,
list.
I have more, but-
I have more.
Yeah,
Bounce them around.
Please, bounce me around.
Through the chair, I would like to say that I went to New Albany, Ohio to visit a data center that Pantone had built. I was very impressed with the facility. It was very secure. I drove in, had to go through security, of course, and then take my car in. I had a temporary badge. I could see a neighborhood. I got out of my car to see if I could hear anything. It was minimal. So upon getting into the office facility, it was asked, have you had any complaints from the neighborhood that I can see as I'm driving through to get into the facility? I was responded, and I'm not sure if the gentleman is here or not, but he had indicated that there was one complaint the entire time they've been there. And I can't recall how long they've been there. I want to say 10 years. If you remember, Ron or Brian,
I
you were there.
believe they started construction in 2019, so it was like 5 or 6 years.
2019, okay. It was a beautiful facility. They really cared about their community and wanted to be a community partner. I could see that right away. This presentation, I've been doing this since 2014, and I've never seen a more thorough presentation. And of course, you know, the applicant's gonna come in, we're gonna hear how great you are. Before I'm done, I do wanna hear some things that, on the downside, that you would please admit to us, because we all know, under the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act, we cannot say no to you, okay? So I wanna say yes to you because I have to, and I don't wanna find myself in a situation the way Saline, Michigan found themselves. I want us to be in the driver's seat at all times. While I was there, I can tell you that the parking lot was overbuilt, okay? I could have parked in probably 1,000 different spots. So I am all for the deviation to the parking. I am very grateful that you are allowing for the existing vegetation and the trees. From the presentation, I want to know, can anybody see the facility driving on Haggerty Road? Or do you have it properly, is it screened enough that we can't see it? Driving on Haggerty, on the service drive, it looks like on the service drive, it's completely screened.
Majority, the largest portion of the berm is actually on Haggerty itself.
Okay, but can, driving through the neighborhood, Haggerty sub, can they see from their neighborhood, can they see the top of the buildings?
I haven't done an elevation study from internal to the neighborhood itself. You know, our study, the cross sections that were provided to you were in the northbound lane of Haggerty Road.
'Cause if-
So if you go further west into the subdivision, I haven't done that visual study, so I can't answer that right now.
Weigh in on that a little bit. If I would say if you're coming down one of the streets perpendicular to the facility, which one of them you will see it from a distance because of the angle, because you have 15 feet and the overall building height's 44. The thing is, eventually, when the trees mature, but we're talking maybe 15, 20 years, and the girth is wide enough and they're tall enough, you might be able to hide most of it. But I would say for probably the first 5 years, you would still see the top of it.
Well, you're gonna put in a berm and then the trees are gonna be 40 feet? Is that what I heard?
14.
14.
Up to 14,
Up
yes.
to
Right out
14.
of the gate, yes.
Oh, right, okay. So not I thought I heard 5 to 6 feet.
No.
No, it's going to be a 15-foot berm with trees that are 4 inches caliper, which are, at the time of planting itself, 10 to 14 feet in height.
Yeah, I didn't hear that part, yeah.
And also to add to it, it's not just the trees. There are going to be 560 shrubs just along Haggerty Road frontage. So the lower story, it has to block the line of sight to the extent feasible.
About the rough center to center for, say, the evergreens or fir trees or what, those are the ones that actually provide the most amount.
So the tree spacing is something we recommend that they follow the nursery recommendations. So we don't want the trees placed in a
Right.
manner that the trees don't survive. They have to survive. The nursery sets the spacing
know what it is?
requirements. I think for evergreens, it's typically 15 feet on center,
15.
and for deciduous, it's 10 feet on center
gives you
to
about
allow
7.5
for,
each
depending
side.
upon the deciduous species, you might need more space for the maples to grow with their canopy.
Sure, then, to a point, they should fill in pretty nicely. yeah.
Correct. And if you look at the plans, these aren't soldier rows, so I mean, they're staggered.
Is even better, yeah.
So if I can get back, please, through the chair, excuse me. At the next meeting that you come before us, will you be able to provide us with that study?
What
The,
study?
the study of the berm so that we don't see the facility?
Oh,
Right.
showing a further sight line into the subdivision, that's something we can prepare. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Also, I just want to mention that I'm really glad to hear that you're not a trucking company, you're not a warehouse, and you're not industrial. We have enough of that here in Van Buren Township. Ashley Capital has taken over thousands of acres, and we can see those buildings. And the trucks beat up our roads. So I am glad about that. I would like, when we do come to making a decision, that we do ask for that monitoring of the sound continues. When Amazon came in, we requested that, the trucks would turn onto E-course instead of coming down Belleville Road, going down Haggerty Road, keeping them out of the community. I call the township on a regular basis when I see the trucks, and I do take their pictures to report them. I know people have written about me in the paper, bad-mouthing me that I don't like truckers. I do love truckers. I just would like to be able to direct them. Again, us being in control, that we're directing them to where we want them to go to hit 75 and 94. I have no issue with the fence being 8 feet versus 6 feet. I just want to say that for my fellow commissioners. Okay, scratch that. While I was in New Albany, Ohio, visiting a data center, I heard about the trades and how the community was lifted up. The trades that came to the community, all of the workers that got additional work, these were family-run businesses, and they indicated that this was life-changing money for them. And I don't do this because this is a lot of fun. I do this because I want to serve my community, but I also want to see when jobs are coming to us, that I want to grab them to make sure that the residents that I live among have those jobs. I don't want those jobs going elsewhere. So there's a financial guy that I listen to. His name is Charles Payne. Late last year, he had mentioned that a community that says no to a data center, a new data center with all of the new technology, is committing financial suicide. I don't want to be part of that. And in the long term, I do believe, because I witnessed what I saw in New Albany, Ohio, that they will be a good neighbor. And I want life-changing money for the trades that will be given jobs in our area. And again, I just want to mention that there was one complaint made regarding the noise, and they were quick to respond to it and correct it. And they claim that they never had any more complaints. I will tell you, every time an applicant has come before us and they have misrepresented or lied, we end up finding out about it. And let me tell you, Commissioner Grant, you don't want to get on his bad side, because he is merciless about people misrepresenting something. I think that's all I have for now.
Mr. Chairman, since Commissioner Atchison, I'm sorry, Commissioner Atchison, you had something else you want to say?
Somebody reminded me in the audience. I don't know if it would be you, Mr. Kramer, but can you tell us what the downsides are to a data center coming to Van Buren Township?
You asked that at the beginning. Yes,
Yeah, but I
absolutely.
didn't get an answer, so I apologize.
Through the chair, I mean, listen, I think the community's made plenty of comments on what their concerns are of this, and absent not developing at all, right, I think what some people would like here, so we are developing, and I think that for better or worse, creates its own challenges in here. And, I think that one of the things that we are often criticized for is that it's a lower permanent job count on these facilities. But on the inverse of it, it's also what drives the incredible tax revenue per employee that comes into the community and creates that disproportionate benefit. And that's something we do here. And it is definitely one of the challenges that we take on.
I have a question regarding the jobs. The facility itself would have, I think it was close to like 60 employees on site, correct? But the trades outside, that is where you would be hiring a lot of people, a lot of tradesmen for maintenance, routine maintenance, updates.
Absolutely. And that's through the chair. Absolutely. That's a big part of it, right? Is that there's a lot of contract services, and that's where you get the induced jobs of 6.2 to 1, if not higher. I said I tried to actually pull the most conservative number I can. Anybody here can do a quick search and find these numbers. That's exactly why. And it's why we have so many members of the trades that are joining us tonight in support of this project because of these jobs that come here. And I think Dave from Walbridge addressed it well, right? There's a lot of people who've left the state of Michigan to go find this work, and this is an opportunity to bring them back home.
Thank you.
Much.
Mr. Chairman, the Commissioner Atchison brought up a few points regarding the recommendations from the McKenna report that I think we need to discuss amongst ourselves as planning commissioners. I know that you, Commissioner Atchison, said that you were in favor of granting the parking deviation. I would say that except for the office building, these buildings, they're not generic warehouses or industrial buildings that are going to be repurposed into something else. They are going to be data center buildings, and data center buildings don't, frankly, require a lot of parking. The office building, however, it's an office building, and it should have its full parking complement. And in fact, on the plan, it's got about twice the amount of parking that's required, which I think is very good. I am very much in agreement with the McKenna letter with regard to granting a parking deviation. I'm wondering what the other commissioners think about that aspect of the plan.
Do you have an opinion?
Yes,
I would,
What is it?
I would make the same recommendation. If you don't have to build it, don't put it in, because more grass is greener. That's all I'm going to say.
I agree.
Through the chair, I would agree. I mean, especially after hearing 60 employees. It sounds like with the discussion on the generators, some of those are going to be maintenance workers, right? Testing outside. I think with the deviation of the parking, I'd rather see more green than paved parking that's not going to be used. So I would agree with that.
I would agree with that also, yeah.
And I'm on board with that as well. To me, I prefer gravel parking lots because the water drains down rather than into a pond someplace that you have to try to displace. So yes, the fewer parking spaces we can have, I think the better off we all are.
And through the chair,
I was just saying, I'm always in favor of less parking.
I think also when they asked about the variance for the height of the fence, I don't, the deviation for the fence, I don't have a problem with the deviation on the fence either.
Through the chair, I would agree with that. I mean, we've allowed it at other industrial complexes, if you will, or developments. But I just want to commend the plan to bring the fencing, that bordered fencing inside. I can't see the future, but you're not going to see it from the road anyway. So I think the berm that we have, the natural greenery, it's more about security for the data center, and I don't have a problem with 8 foot at all.
Particularly like the split rail fence that surrounds the site. I think that's a nice touch. I'm in favor of the deviation, the deviation for the height of the fence around the security building. This is not a public-facing building. We've done it in other sites. Commissioners, any opinion on it?
Berm, I have no issue.
Through the chair, just since we're talking about variations or deviations, I used the wrong word again. The sidewalk on the south side,
Next on the
I-94.
list, Creel's the sidewalk. What are your thoughts?
I know that's one of your favorite ones to talk about. And I've made the comment before, I don't agree with sidewalks to nowhere, right? And I think if you look at the overall plan on the I-94 West Service Drive frontage there, it would truly be a sidewalk. And sidewalk to nowhere, but I do like the idea of having some money set aside, that if something happens on Hannah and the service drive that warrants making that connection from a sidewalk, that is already pre-funded, that can be done. So that's my,
But we're maintaining the sidewalk along Hagerty, right?
yeah. Oh, yeah.
My opinion on the sidewalk is that I've lived here a long time. I was a little kid when I lived here. I used to ride a bicycle when I lived here. And I've walked that chunk of that service drive with a flat tire, thinking to myself that, boy, it sure would have been nice if there'd have been a sidewalk. Wasn't a sidewalk to nowhere when I was pushing a bike down it. I think that the applicant should probably be required to build the sidewalk, since that's the community standard we have. Sidewalks, all initial sidewalks are a sidewalk, well, not really to nowhere, but you know, someone has to go first, and it's a very long chunk of road. I think that for our community, and given that we're leaving that part of the, or that it sounds like we would be in favor of leaving that part of the property line in its natural state, that would make for a very nice sidewalk walking trail. Not every sidewalk needs to go somewhere. Some just need to provide a place to walk that's safe from traffic. That's my opinion. I don't know if maybe the applicant wants to weigh in on that. I know they proposed doing something in lieu, but
Put it in.
Through the chair, we are, if that is, we are happy to follow. If the deviation is not granted, we will build the sidewalk. Yeah, the answer is yes.
the applicant, I believe, Mr. Chairman, is paying for it either way, either money in lieu or putting it in.
Correct.
We'll put it in, right?
Okay.
That's my opinion.
But- No, go ahead.
I still have a few more questions, but if you were still.
No,
I
dealing
still
with
wanted to
the
do
sidewalk.
some of the gut checks on the, since Commissioner Atchison brought it up. I think, so I wasn't clear on what our feeling was with regard to building the sidewalk. I know I was for it. I know Commissioner Creels thinks payment in lieu would be fine. Respect that decision.
I mean, either here or there, they're paying for it either way, so.
I'd put it in.
Okay.
We need more connectivity between natural spaces, I think.
I do think that I want to do the check on the landscape adjacent to the right-of-way.
I'm sorry.
Something?
Nope, we're good.
I wanted to ask about, Commissioner Atchison brought up the landscaping adjacent to the right-of-way. And I know that in McKenna's letter, they support a recommended deviation to retain the existing trees and the natural view of the site along the North Service Drive. I think that's a good idea. I like leaving it in its natural state, but I'd like to know if the rest of the commissioners agree with McKenna's assessment. Should we leave, does it need to be properly landscaped along the North Service Drive, right?
So what you're discussing is tearing out existing trees to put in smaller new ones.
Yeah, seems like a slam dunk. We
I
have to
think I
leave
would-
them alone.
I mean, the way I look at it is the more you can, maintain the natural setting, the better off you are.
Through the chair, I would agree 100% with that. Why pull out something that's living and put something back in that's living, so.
Commissioner Jar? Sorry, the term in this case is modification. It's not a deviation.
Or a variance.
Write it down.
Yeah, well, we'll get it right.
It's the Planning Commission has the authority to modify. Deviation means you're saying you're separating from the ordinance. Variance is a whole different animal. The term is modification here.
Thank you, Ms. Krishnan, and thank you for being attentive on the side of making it right. I had one final question that I wanted to post to the commissioners, and I think the applicant brought it up or made mention to the fact that they were already planning perhaps to have a development agreement with our township board. I was going to bring up in this meeting that the Planning Commission, we have the authority to require the applicant to enter into a development agreement with the township board prior to final site plan approval. Basically, we can require them to finalize details around utilities. wastewater handling, sound monitoring, construction access, phasing. And while I don't believe we're required to have a development agreement or to require one of the applicant, I think it would be very wise for us to consider making a condition of any approval be that the applicant enter into a development agreement with the Township Board of Trustees to formalize the details around utility service and what their expectations are of the applicant. Like I said, I think the applicant maybe hinted to the fact that they were planning on doing it anyway. What does the commission think about requesting or requiring the applicant to enter into a development agreement with the Township Board? Got a thought?
Well, as a member of the township board, I would agree that that could go right with it.
Sorry. What'd you say? That was a yes.
Do you need that repeated?
No, I think you said you were in favor of, as our Township Board liaison, that you might have been in favor of.
In response to what Commissioner Grant had previously raised about some of the representations being made at the public meeting by the applicant, you can include these as part of your development agreement because the
Okay.
representations are made in a public meeting. They're part of a public record. What was stated by DTE in terms of the electric rates not going up, how it's going to contribute to rate decrease, the representations made on this slide, which has got some critical concerns that the residents had, especially with
Right. You could
as
probably
it
strike
relates
the
to
top
small
line, the
reactors
first-
and all that stuff, no nuclear facilities, no use
Right.
of groundwater. All of these, once presented in a public meeting, become part of a public record. You can very well include it in your development agreement.
Terrific, thank you.
Others with comments, questions?
I do have a few more.
I'll
if you
yield.
don't mind.
I'll yield. I need to breathe.
I mean, I'm nearly finished. It's just a general question. It maybe sounds kind of silly, but is there any future consideration for potential, like, is there any expansion potential on the site? Any consideration to do that? And is there any, there been any discussion about expanding or taking any of the community college land?
Through the chair, for your second question, we've had no conversations with the community college about their land or any use.
Okay.
And regarding the expansion, we have no plans for expansion at this time. I mean, there's nothing on there. I don't know that there's much room for us to be able to go anywhere.
That goes hand in hand with the question, is there the ability to expand? And I would say that DTE, if you don't need that 3 acres, plant more grass. I do have a couple more, and one's has to do with construction, one's related to the buildings in general and the finishes. I would only say that I would have concern for anything painted white. I know that there was a comment made about other architecture in the area, actually Capitol being a lot of white buildings. Personally, I think that would be the beacon over the hill, if you know what I mean. If you painted it white in the sunshine, it would glow. So I think if you could maybe maintain earth tones more, they would have a better chance of sort of blending into, the berms and the natural landscaping that's on top of them. And then I want to talk about the berm construction a little bit, as far as the phasing and maybe the agreement, because obviously you're being very sensitive and you want to be good neighbors. Does it make sense to construct the berm at the beginning of the project and landscape it so that you can start to screen and allow the plants to grow and mature?
The chair, that is our plan already.
Oh, okay.
We actually have to scrape the topsoil. We will be pushing it over there and building the berm. So that'll actually be the first thing we do.
Thank you. And I would assume landscape it, not just push dirt.
Yes, I don't want to commit to the timing of the landscaping. That may be part of like the finishes that come towards.
Yeah, but
towards-
that's like at the end of the project, though.
It will depend. And yeah, Josh.
I mean, it's probably a pretty big commitment to do it first because you're buying a landscape. But if you could do it, in a season where you can water it and it's going to mature before winter or something, it just would make a nice, I think it'd just be neighborly, I guess.
I think the key consideration there is
when we'll have water to the site, when we'll have power for the controllers that are going to control the irrigation to
Well,
water the plants, right?
I suppose you could pick what you put. You don't have to put it all there. Maybe you have to bring a truck in.
Take a look at it and discuss internally and get back to you.
Through the chair, I just want to clarify, I heard that the only entrance is off of the I-94 service drive. That's for construction as well, correct?
Yes, they said, yes.
Is to use that as our primary entrance for construction material deliveries.
Thank you.
And I'd say that also be a detail that I would recommend we put into a development agreement.
I like that. I agree. Through the chair, Mr. Capps, while I was in New Albany, Ohio, you did not have the new fans. The Marley Ultra Quiet fans, were those mentioned in the presentation or called out?
Yes.
Yes.
The word Marley Ultra Quiet fans? Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to ensure that those are going to be used because it was somewhat quiet at the New Albany facility, but I just want to make sure that it's as quiet as possible.
Yeah, so what we've committed to is the Marley Ultra Quiet fans or equivalent. There's really only 2 manufacturers that make a fan that can get that quiet. So that's what we're exploring through our procurement process.
Just a business side question. Why have you not installed the Marley Ultra Quiet fans in New Albany yet?
That was a decision made by the owner.
Okay, thank you.
Others?
Through the chair.
Commissioner Paul.
More questions. So obviously this is a project that's being built by a developer and then will be sold to the end user. My question, this may be more for staff. All requirements that are all conditions that are added, do they transfer with the property as well to the new owner?
Whenever conditions are placed on a site plan, they will stay with the site and with the plan irrespective of who the owner is.
Okay.
It'll stay in perpetuity with the plan.
Thank you. One more, if that's okay?
Sure.
So we are dealing with a lot of heat here with the data centers. One of the things in my research I learned about is thermal runaway. Furthermore, the concerns with cybersecurity. I know you can't probably get into super specifics. It's probably, industry secrets or whatever, but are there being considerations made and extra protections made about cybersecurity so that these can't be hacked? Obviously, there's been situations where they can be hacked. The cooling systems are turned off, which leads to thermal runaway, which leads to huge fires.
Through the chair, yes.
Okay. And then my last one, I believe. So because it is, the increase, I see it as an increased fire risk. Is there extra training, special training, equipment, anything like that needs to be done for our local first responders or any of our communities that we share services with? And if so, who is in charge of paying for that increased training?
If you could just repeat that question.
Yeah. So, and tell me if I'm wrong, I see this as an increased fire risk because of the height or the heat, the electricity. Is there extra or different training that is required for you and your team or for police, EMS, any first responders because of this new technology? And if so, who pays for that training so that you guys are taken care of?
Yeah, I would say there's not, when I look at a data center and I look at other buildings in the township, they're real similar. They're going to have engineered fire protection systems. They're going to have engineered fire detection systems. We're going to manage the battery storage. We're going to manage any kind of hazardous materials on site. So in regards, it's really no different than any other kind of business we have in the township. We'll respond there. We'll pre-plan it. We'll inspect it. We'll be involved in every step of the process. building development and fire suppression. So it really, on the back end of it, it's no different than any other business we got in the township.
Thank you.
If that helps.
And one question you mentioned, and you might not have the answer, is there going to be a battery energy storage system on site as well? Or just that substation or switch station?
Through the chair.
Yeah.
Batteries are a typical part of data centers. They do their power conditioning systems for the data centers. When you have a large load, they serve as kind of a capacitor bank. So they stop any upstream. When you have a large mechanical load inside of a facility, they serve as that. And then they serve as a gap between, for any outages between time the generator takes to spin up, and they serve in between there. So they do serve a dual purpose.
Are they kind of built out this as like a BESS system would be, where it's kind of containerized, for lack of a better word, metal containers with batteries in them?
Are you asking, are they external to the building or internal to the building?
That's exactly what I'm asking.
The applicant could answer that.
So it'll be part of the site plan because it's integrated in with the DTE ITC application. It'll be external to the building itself.
Oh, okay. And how many are we looking at? What capacity?
We're working on that right now, and it'll come to you again with the preliminary site plan for the energy.
Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, I have one question for the fire marshal. I know that you had called out in your letter that you recommended the building be, I'm not quoting you here, but you needed to be considered with the 2024 IFC, including the 2026 NFPA Section 855. That seems like that's new for 2026. Did you include that in there just to indicate that that's the most up-to-date code, or was there something specific in it that you were recommending additional attention to?
No, that's we have the 2021 IFC. The 2024 IFC addresses the stored energy systems. The 855 is an NFPA document, and that too addresses and goes in depth on stored energy.
So
the only reason I included it is because it has updated current information.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think what if I want to put words out there, you're going to review it with the most up-to-date code, including battery energy storage system recommendations.
Correct.
Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Anybody else? Questions? Comments? I had a couple.
Brian.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Kaber.
So just as you were, for a point of clarification, as you were discussing the sidewalk along the I-94 service drive and then immediately talking about the landscaping along the I-94 service drive, and I think the engineer did mention it, and just something to consider is that the county may have requirements as to where that sidewalk goes. If the existing landscape buffer encroaches into the right-of-way, in order to install that sidewalk, you could be required to remove landscaping. So just something to consider, that when you look to design that, you may be balancing one or the other.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
If that happens during subsequent plan reviews, I would hope that staff would bring that to our attention so that we could reconsider the issue of payment in lieu of a sidewalk in favor of keeping the site natural. It's something, this is preliminary. This is our opportunity to ask questions and to have the blanks filled in for the next review, and there will be a next review. And, that fully understand your point, Mr. Kammer, and I think we can address it when it comes up. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Anybody else? I did have a couple of questions myself. Getting back to the sound, that seemed to be a big thing. When you talked about the sound that was taken at night, and then what your sound is producing, do those sounds add together? I mean, you've got sound going on top of sound. Do they add, or is there any interaction between those?
Yeah, there is a slight interaction between the sounds. It's not 60 plus 40 equals 100, right? So there is a small additive, I would say more on a single-digit percentage, if you were to look at that on a sound floor basis when the two sounds interact. But we can provide that information through further engineering if that's something that you guys would like to understand.
I think that would be beneficial to have.
Sorry to follow up on that. The only point that I was making through that slide was the sound that you're experiencing today. This side is producing less sound.
Sound,
So
yes.
you understand what that feels like today. That was my point.
But,
Yeah.
but my question is that what the total effect at the end is going to be? Is it still going to be a little bit louder than what it exists now?
Incrementally.
Okay. Next one. When they have to plant those trees, what happens if one dies within, do we have something in the ordinance that requires replanting of that tree?
Perpetual landscape maintenance agreement that goes with the site plan. Any tree or shrub or plant that dies once it's shown on a site plan needs to be replaced, not just within 1 year, forever.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And I noticed on the guardhouse, to the architect, I noticed on the guardhouse that you show brick, you show the glazing, but underneath the front elevation on the glazing, you don't indicate what's going to be at the bottom of that. Is that going to be brick across that?
That came up at one of our last meetings, right, with a different site plan, guardhouse and brick, yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Incorporated a stone band
Okay.
on the office building and the guard shack. So that's what you were seeing in the image.
Okay.
Yeah.
You didn't delineate across the bottom what it was. It's just sitting there blank. That's what brought my question up as far as that was concerned.
Understood, thank you.
Through the chair, while you have them up there, I did notice there were some vertical fins. And eventually they'll probably come up. Vertical elements, they look like fins.
On the data centers themselves?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those were really meant to be accents to the rest of the facade.
Okay.
They're integral to that metal panel system.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, at this time, we're going to open it up to the public. Anybody that would like to speak, you are allowed 3 minutes and a minute and a half rebuttal after everyone else has spoke. If you would line up along the wall where the TVs are, and please, when you come up, give your name and your address. It would be highly appreciative. And we're going to monitor, and no, there is no trading of time. You know you can't use somebody else's time. You as an individual are allowed 3 minutes of speak, and then a 1.5 rebuttal at a later time.
Write the name down.
And yes, I said, if also there's a sheet there, if you could write your name down, it helps our recording secretary when she puts our minutes together. And with that,
No, you just can see it this time.
yes, you can see the timer. And with that, please.
I'm writing first. My name's Mona Norton. I live on McKinley Street in Haggerty Sub. First of all, I would love to thank you, Mr. Grant, for your voice of reasoning. I've been to several meetings, and you're the first one that's actually seemed like you have the people's back. What I don't understand, these people that are building these data centers, they sit up here and blow all tons of smoke. If you do the research, Virginia, for instance, has cut them off because they're using so much of Virginia's power. They said, no more, we're done. Tennessee, Georgia, people are having tons of problems that live next to these places. And the problem is, we feel like we were sold out the second the DNAs were signed. And I'm really hoping that the state of Michigan passes the law where there will be no more NDAs, because they're working on it. So you lost a lot of us right there. And that would be like me asking you, okay, we'll be okay with it. You sign an agreement, that you make an agreement with us homeowners and taxpayers, that you do what we want you to do, and if you don't and you okay this, we have a problem, then you're gonna have our back. You're gonna pay us any equity lost in our homes. If utilities go up, the township's gonna cover it, and you sign an agreement that you will back us, and you will pay for it, not us, and you will not be able to raise our taxes to cover it. because you people alone are making the decision of thousands of people. And you're not listening. You have not listened. And you started this process long before it got to this point, and the people had no idea it was happening. And that's why we don't trust any of you. And that's like, for me, you know, they say like Virginia, if you believe there is not one of these data centers that have good reviews, not one. Tennessee, Georgia, Virginia. And if you think that these people are going to have a Jesus come to see me now, that they're going to do what they say they're going to do this trip, I got, you know, beachfront property I want to sell you on McKinley Street.
So, no.
Everyone, Christopher Girdwood, 221 Moran Road, business address Romulus, Michigan, but also I'm employed with the Detroit Region Aerotropolis. We recently acquired 440 acres at the corner of Ecorse and Belleville Road. The data center opportunity you had before you was first in class. You've got a developer who builds nationwide. You have a construction team that's local to Michigan, and you have a Fortune 50 end user. I think it's a project that economic development people like myself only see once in a decade. Its impact to not only the community, but Southeast Michigan in terms of bringing reliability from a telecommunications standpoint, but also adding to what DTE will do with its fixed cost infrastructure is important to all of the manufacturers, all of the small businesses, and even the residents. I say this because I've been working with Van Buren Township for 6 years now in my employment, and I've seen manufacturing, logistics, distribution, and other companies come and take a good look and build business, but have a data center in Van Buren Township builds a mix of uses. And so I think having more resilience in terms of a mixture of uses, having small business, having logistics, having manufacturing and distribution, and data centers, allows you to recover in hard times. Meaning in terms of a recession, as we saw when the housing market dipped in 08, 09, having a data center will allow you to generate revenue and still provide services to your community. If there's an instance where the manufacturing center takes a hit, having a data center allows you to still generate revenue to provide those municipal services. And so having a mixture of commercial, residential, and industrial uses just allows for a more resilient economy both locally and regionally. And so when I take a step back and I look at this opportunity, not only is it first in class from a development standpoint, from a contractor standpoint, and from a potential Fortune 50 company to call your municipality home, I look at it from an economic resilience standpoint. And to have a mixture of uses in your community is something that, here in Southeast Michigan, we learned the hard way. A lot of people say when the automotive industry sneezes, we all catch a cold. And I think having a data center just brings that sense of diversification, I think, that all of us are looking for to build a more resilient tax base. And so thank you so much.
Good evening, Justin Robinson. Like Chris Girdwood, I am with the Detroit Regional Partnership, a regional economic development agency. So we partner frequently together with Wayne County and local municipalities to really promote communities for economic growth. We were formed in 2019 with really one mission, and it was outsized job creation, right, for our residents, to make sure, we have the best companies and jobs to retain our talent, to attract talent, and keep our communities viable. And so, over the last 5 years, our team has really been out globally building relationships with companies and bringing projects here to look at Michigan. We've helped 1,500 companies in the last 5 years explore seriously projects here. And we've helped 120 of those projects announce with about 36,000 new jobs created. Why I talk about that is on the economic resilience side, it is really important that we continue to look into the future about where are these jobs, where are these technologies, and who are the leading companies that can help us make sure we're positioned for what's coming next. And, in those 120 projects that have landed here, 80% of those have been industrial. A large mix of those are manufacturing, and a large mix of those are logistics, R&D, and engineering type of jobs. The reality is, though, we have not seen data centers really build here at scale like are being proposed here in Michigan, but is an opportunity, we believe, to help grow this community and bring in a new set of users and tax base here to Southeast Michigan. I think most importantly, though, as you look at these projects and who's behind them, right, the quality of the developers, the quality of the partners, you know, I think this would be a missed opportunity to not seriously consider moving forward with this project, because you really do have an all-star team here. Panattoni is a developer. They talked about it. They've been in over almost 30 markets nationally doing industrial projects, over 600 million square feet. Walbridge is one of the most sophisticated industrial developers. An end user that's a top 50. I think the key is, right, if you're going to take a gamble and a bet, right, you need to have solid partners to do that with. And I think this is really a best-in-class team that you have here today as well. You know, I think Adam and others talked a little bit about the benefit to the community. I mean, truly, this is enabling infrastructure for the future, right? I mean, we are all, as we saw, consuming more data and relying more on this technology. So it is critical for our businesses, for our residents, to invite some of these into the region, but to do it correctly. And I think today you guys are illustrating the right way to do this with this process, and I commend you all for very thoughtful questions. So thank you.
Good evening. Lee Graham with the Operating Engineers, representing Local 324 out of Bloomfield Township, 500 Hewlett Drive. Thank you, Planning Commission, everybody here tonight, the opportunity to be able to speak. Once again, my name is Lee Graham. I'm Executive Director for the Labor Management Division for the Operating Engineers. I'm here tonight in support of responsible economic development here in Van Buren Township, including Project Cannoli and all the associated projects being considered. In addition to my role at the Operating Engineers, I also serve as the chairman of the Michigan Apprenticeship Steering Committee, or MASSE. MASSE brings together leaders, industry, labor, organizations, education, state government to strengthen and expand registered apprenticeship programs across the state with construction advanced manufacturing. Through that work, I have had the opportunity to see firsthand what successful workforce development looks like and what communities need to create real career opportunities for their residents. Economic development is about more than building and construction sites. It's about creating real opportunity for working families, strengthening our local economy, and ensuring the community continues to grow and thrive. Projects like this bring high-quality construction jobs and long-term investments to the region. They support local workers, contractors, suppliers, and small businesses. They also help communities generate tax base needed for support schools, roads, public safety, and essential services. For construction professionals, these projects mean good family-supporting careers. They create opportunities for apprentices entering the trades, as well as the experienced workers who are raising families right here in Southeast Michigan. These are people who live in our communities and want to see them succeed. Project Cannoli represents an opportunity to bring a significant investment to the job creation here in Van Buren Township. Construction will be led by Walbridge, a Michigan-based contractor with deep roots in our state and strong reputation for delivering complex projects successfully. Supporting this project means supporting Michigan workers, Michigan companies, and also an important recognized that development today is done responsibly. Modern projects are designed to be efficient and low impact while still providing meaningful economic benefit. Construction workers and tradespeople live in these communities too, so we have every interest in making sure projects are done safely, professionally, and in a way that respects the surrounding area. Projects like these also strengthen the workforce development opportunities. And in closing, they help support training programs that prepare young people, veterans, and career changers for long-term success in the skilled trades. These are careers that allow people to build stable futures without leaving their communities. Labor plays an important role in ensuring projects are completed safely, on schedule, and to a high standard. Strong training and safety practices benefit both workers and communities, where these developments take place. Ultimately, decisions about development shape the future of the communities that responsibly welcome investment, position themselves for growth and opportunity while others risk being left behind. I encourage a continued collaboration between the township leaders, the residents, and the development partners to bring a well-planned project and economic opportunity to Van Buren Township, and say thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Hello, my name is Tracy Osborne, and I live at 10800 Hannon Road. So I live on the back side of that property that's going to be developed. The biggest building on that development will back up right to my property. So I have some concerns. I have a couple questions. I appreciate you guys hearing our comments and taking them into consideration. I've interacted with Ron Akers on several occasions, and I've appreciated that. I do also want to give kudos to the developer on the development, the plans, because you're doing a good job on the integrity of the site. I will give that to you. So, two questions I have. They may appear as kindergarten questions compared to the questions and comments from the Planning Commission that I've enjoyed so much. One of them is my property is zoned M1 as well, but it operates as a residential setting. I want to know the setback on that, so you can take a note on that, and somebody, maybe come around and get back to me. I want to know the required setback for that. And the Eagles Nest on the property, how are they able to acquire a permit to build within 200 feet when the federal regulations say it's 330 to 660? So that's just the question I have as well. And then some personal things that may not matter to anybody in the room, but they matter to me. So one of the concerns I have is the movement of the ground around the site. I'm on a well. It's not fed by an aquifer. It is a 15-foot deep well that's fed by a stream. I've had the water tested. It's completely fine. It's worked since 1973. Will that ground movement affect my water? The second one is constructing during the summer months. I don't have air conditioning. I leave my windows open. I'm concerned about the tremendous amount of dust that's going to blow into my house. It's going to be blowing from the west, and it's going to be blowing directly into my house, and I'm concerned about that. The next one is low-frequency noise study done in the middle of winter when rooftop chillers are not used to their full potential. How does that rate? It should be done in July or August when rooftop units are used to their full potential. The next one is, will low-frequency noise affect my special needs daughter? I won't know this until it's too late. Then what? Right? I don't know. Is it going to affect her? Or do I have to deal with it when it comes about? This is something you would not know by doing a sound vibration study in New Albany, Ohio on Babbitt Road. Google that.
Hi, my name is William Stahl. I became a resident about 4 years ago. I live right off of Hannon where they're going to do this. I own a small business. I'm a contractor. These jobs that they're talking about, they're not jobs, they're contracts. Once they're done, all those people that are working are going to go back to wherever they were, right? As far as I heard, there's only going to be about 60 jobs. And those are going to be skilled workers. Doesn't sound like they're hiring my neighbors. When business owners do contracts, they're the ones that make the money. The workers just get a paycheck. I would say before DTE is allowed to do anything, they should handle all the problems in the area. In the 4 years I've been there, I've lost power 27 something times. I've called DTE. I've made complaints. I've asked them to come fix my gas. I still got 1/2-inch copper flex line that brings my gas to my house. On top of that, I don't know much about you guys. Some of you seem competent. Some of you seem like you're doing what you're supposed to do. I did look up this company. There's not a lot of dirt on them, which I was happy to see. You said the drainage is good, you guys can do this, you can do that. I've literally kayaked in my front yard 4 times, because the drainage is not good, okay? You guys got that big, what is it, that big hill? That big hill puts water everywhere. You can't do nothing about it. It also puts like some gray matter crap all over everything. I'll go wash my car the next morning, I come out, it's covered in filth. So you're gonna make this building white? It's gonna look like crap, I promise you. I think there's a lot of things in the area that need to be handled and addressed before anybody does anything. And I think it needs to start with taking care of the people that live there. Thank you.
Steve Avery. I've lived here for 28 years. My address is 10665 DeWitt, Van Buren Township. I'm concerned too, because I live here, all right? But I appeal to those that don't believe in this project, all right? I worked at one of the largest data centers in the Midwest. We have right here in Van Buren, one of the largest data centers right at Haggerty and Tyler Road. Most people don't even know that that's a data center, all right? It's huge. The server rooms are as big as a football field, all right? They have 10 2-megawatt generators there. All right, you can stand right on the corner of Haggerty and Tyler Road. You won't even hear them running. You won't smell them. You don't hear them. Yes, they run for like 15 minutes a day, or 15 minutes once a month, all right? I worked there for over 3 years. I know every square foot of that building, of that data center. There's no downside to having this data center here other than maybe dust, like this last guy was saying. Yeah, there's gonna be traffic, there's gonna be dust. After the construction is done, that'll be gone, all right? But I appeal that these are good construction jobs. When that data center went up for Chase Bank, there was probably 400 or 500 people working there, all right? That's good paying money. I mean, that's $100,000, $150,000 a year jobs. That's good skilled trades. That's hard to find, all right? We need those kind of jobs here, all right? I have the US statistics for data centers. It says Michigan currently has about 70 data centers, a number that's well behind nearby states like Illinois. They have 115. Ohio has 101. Virginia has 663, all right? We need this data center. It will help the community. Just think of all the people that are gonna be working there, that are gonna be bringing their money to eat wherever, all right? This is good paying jobs, all right? But I do appeal to you because I've lived here for 28 years. I remember when we had free garbage pickup. We no longer have free garbage pickup. Why don't you work for us, put something in this proposal where maybe we could get 20% off of our electricity bills for 5 or 10 years. You know, I mean, it's not, why not? We had free garbage for like 10 or 15 years, all right? Work for us, get something for us. We're paying your wages, we're paying the community's wages that work for us, all right? We're paying taxes, good tax money. I pay like $2,000 a year to live here, all right? You should get something for us out of it. I'm all for this, but go to work for us. Get something for us. Even if it was 10% off of our electricity bill, something. They're gonna be making money. You guys are making money, community, off of this. Why can't we make money off of it too? Work for us.
Time, sir. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Laura Kurkowski. I'm here to strongly oppose this project. I'm going to use my time here to speak to the commission since the developer and their council made it very clear that, you know, this is something we must approve due to the use by right designation, so I'm not quite sure anything I asked them really matters. As we know, this is being presented as a permitted use under simply a data center, but this is not a typical data center. This is a 1 gigawatt hyperscale facility. For reference, that's about 4.5 times the size of the New Albany facility that you visited. 1 gigawatt is enormous. Perspective, that's enough electricity to power roughly 700,000 to 1 million homes. It's comparable to the output of a small power plant It's more electricity than many hospitals, universities, or entire downtown districts combined, operating 24 hours a day. I believe that this level of intensity fundamentally changes what is being proposed. Calling this use by right feels like saying you can put Disney World on land zoned for a park in the middle of a subdivision. Technically, both fit a category, but the scale and infrastructure make them completely different. I respectfully challenge whether zoning language that allows data centers ever contemplated infrastructure of this magnitude. Scale matters, intensity matters, community impact matters. There is nuance here that can't be denied. We also know this project requires massive electrical infrastructure, including substations on the property. If we don't know which company is the buyer, we cannot be sure what they will do with that in the future. Beyond construction, we must consider long-term impacts. Permanent strain on the grid, future infrastructure expansion, continuous noise from cooling systems and backup generators, visual eyesores, potential effects on property values, and the reality that once this industrial footprint is established, it opens the door for more of the same. This decision could reshape our community long-term. This project is unprecedented for our township on this scale, and yes, I'm aware of the US Signal data center, but that's a flashlight and this is the sun. Once built, it cannot be undone. My ask is pause. Do not blindly accept this use by right designation. We do not want to set this precedent. And respectfully, we need to be better at evaluating and monitoring emerging risks and make sure we are looking around corners to make sure the zoning is appropriate and to not allow these huge companies to come in and make these extensive presentations just to sum up the discussion with, well, this is all a use by right, so you must approve anyways. As a township, we are being strong-armed and bullied, although yes, the presentation was quite nice. Thank you.
Good evening. I understand that your guys' job is to sell the data center to us, and you guys have made a very
Could you introduce yourself to us, please?
I apologize. I do apologize. My name is Justin Harris. I live off of 11739 Meadows Lane. That is the apartment complex behind the bowling alley. I'm sorry. I do apologize. Again, I understand it's your job to sell us on this project, this data center, and you did a very good job. It's beautiful, it's spiffy, great. But my problem with this is I work in IT. I've worked in data centers at University of Michigan. And these things are loud, they make noise, and they're a mess. I have some notes. I'm here to strongly oppose this project based on the following issues I have with it. We're looking at a project that uses up to 3.6 million gallons of water daily, according to my own research. Is this going to be an open loop system? Is this going to be my research says it's not going to be a closed loop system like the Selene project that's being proposed. The community already carries the weight of landfills and waste sites and nuclear waste. I'm not sure we can take on more. If this is going to be this nebulous end user, who I can only assume is going to be either Oracle, Google, something of the sort. I'm not sure I want to have any connection to any of that going on. To the DTE problem, my bill is already high enough. I have a 1-bedroom apartment. In the winter, I'm paying $100 a month, and in the summer, I'm paying upwards of $200. That is ridiculous. And as to we're going to be using a terabyte of data in the future. I work with data regularly. I would like to see a citation on that. That is a ridiculous amount of data. Like, I game heavily, and I don't use a terabyte of data a day. That is citation needed. Back to the DTE problem. DTE is currently pushing a $574 million rate hike, case U-21860. Has the township verified that Van Buren residents won't be hit with a secondary hike to support the 1 gigawatt load that this project will require? And we shouldn't be subsidizing a massive tech company while our own rates go up 11%. I urge the commission to deny or table this plan until we have independent proof that our water and our wallets will not be impacted. Thank you.
Oh, okay, there it goes. My name is Lisa Kalinkevich. I'm here as a neighbor from Ypsilanti Township. I've been very active in battling a data center, a hyperscale computing facility in my township, which the University of Michigan, in partnering with Los Alamos National Laboratory, is trying to build. It's actually funny because when the community came together to protest the U of M data center, the U of M came out and said, oh, no. It's not a data center. It's a hyperscale computing facility. So apparently they actually are different. A couple of folks who spoke at the beginning of this from the public, respect to you, were from economic development organizations. Unfortunately, I personally have felt stabbed in the back by Michigan's economic development organizations, including MDEC and Ann Arbor Spark. These supposed economic development organizations who care about Michiganders approved at the state level $100 million of Michigan taxpayer money for the U of M project. A requirement of the approval from these economic development organizations that are supposedly supporting their community was that they had community support regarding our data center. They absolutely did not. They had never spoken to us, never took anything that we said into consideration. We've had multiple township meetings, including with our attorney, and they were signing NDAs and absolutely not forthcoming whatsoever. Honestly, y'all seem like you're going about this at least better than them, so, kudos to you on that. One other thing I'm wildly concerned about is the astronomical amount of water being used. They say that what's in this water is no different than household cleaners. Personally, I recently looked up the chemicals in my water online. Previously, I had felt pretty good about my water. After looking at the chemicals in it, though, I didn't actually feel so great. I was shocked. I looked up, how are these chemicals getting in my water? An enormous contributor, household cleaners. So thinking about how much water that they're going to be using and then cleaning all of that with supposed household cleaners, it's no different. We all feel good about that, right? I don't think it's as safe as they're stating, which being downstream from y'all's water source is very important to me. I also am very concerned that the citations that the developer gave for the fact that rates are not going to be increased were from electric companies. They were from utility companies. I looked up numerous citations from unbiased external sources, including actually from the University of Michigan, from Harvard, that say rates have increased in these locations. So I definitely think that there needs to be a pause and a lot more investigation and due diligence done as you're supporting your community. So thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Robert. I live in Huron Township. My family lives in Belleville and has lived on Alden Road for over 30 years. And my biggest question and concern is how you guys are going to protect the house values of my parents' home. Looking at the studies that this group brought up, I don't think they necessarily applied, and I think that their data was very generalized to this community, and I don't see how our home values are going to be protected. Their graph that they showed quoted Zillow overviews of housing costs. To me, looking at Zillow is not a peer-reviewed study, and that's the graph that they showed us. Also comparing Van Buren Township to Fort Wayne, Indiana, and Columbus, Ohio, which are very much different communities than our own. The study that I believe, and again, sitting through about 4 hours of this, I might be a little bit mistaken, but I believe they brought up a George Mason University study that talked about housing values increasing when they're close to data centers. That study is very generalized and not very applicable to Van Buren Township as well. That study has selection bias and uses communities that are very techy and in very high attributed areas, not similar to the one that we are talking about. Also, they don't have the data on long-term costs. On top of, they aren't very selective to homes that are very close to this. My parents' home is going to be within a 1/4 mile of this data center, and that study does not indicate the cost change for those that are that close to this data center. I think those are things that need to be studied, and I want this commission to ensure that housing values aren't going to be lost because of this. My parents have lived in that house for 30 years and have worked very hard on it, and to see that their cost of their home is going to be lost because of these people, and that you guys can say absolutely without a doubt that their money is going to be and their house value is going to be maintained, I think should be in writing somewhere. I think should be maintained in a part of this, like this whole process. Lastly, while I still have a minute of time, two things that I think want to make sure are on the commission's mind, as this hyperscale data center was not necessarily something they saw coming, is two things. One, that I like that you guys have brought up, that nuclear should not be used as a part of this. I think that is super important, is something that should be in more ordinances and something in stone for this community. I think that that's something that we might not see coming in the future, but I'm sure is right around the corner. Lastly, I want to make sure that this is not an open loop system. I know that they have said countless times that this will not be an open loop system, but I promise you those talks have been had in this community. Our supervisor has brought it up to them and asked for Edison Lake to be used as an open loop system. And I can understand that they said that they will not use that, but it has been brought up, and I would like to make sure that that's in writing, that the lake will not be touched. I've used that lake my entire life, and I want to make sure that that, already as dirty as it is, doesn't get dirtier because of it. Thank you.
My name is Monique Kurkowski. I come from Van Buren Township. I'm trying to scale down what I want to say. There's so many things I want to say. Because we don't know who the end user is, it really casts a doubt of shade on this whole thing. I look at Saline and Howell and all the other places where it's projected that these hyperscales will go, and they know who their end user is. Seems shady. I think if that came forward, it would not make me feel like I wanted this thing, but at least I would know who my enemy was. I know there is a lot of discussion about a big short, that companies can't afford all of the money that they've allocated to these large projects, and because we don't know who it is, we don't know how they're financially set to afford it. What if they can afford it? There's a lot of documentation on this big short where this bubble's gonna burst, and I don't know if that's gonna burst on us. So that leads me to my question about decommissioning. Why is there no provisions for decommissioning? Please let that go back to a field full of deer and geese that I saw when I drove here. If that bubble bursts and they can't afford this, which it sounds like that could happen. So if that decommissioning doesn't happen, Kevin has mentioned it would just then go to a warehouse. So then you talked about taking away the parking spaces, and while I agree, why make parking spaces if you don't need them, but you don't know what that property will be when they burst their data bubble, and it's no longer that. There's a lot of talk about the vegetation that exists along the 94, which is my view, and while I understand there's a lot of mature trees, there's also, in the wintertime, we see sheer through them, so there would be no protection in the winter from us seeing the double-story building and all that goes on there. We've been given no understanding of what the plume will look like with the evaporating water and the diesel emissions. We don't know what that will look like. I will have full view of it while I watch TV at night. And I would request there be consideration, if there's no room for a berm along the 94, that it be on the service drive, some sort of protection from us from seeing that, not taking down the natural trees, but protect our view too, please. There's a lot of discussion about what sound is like. When you read through the documents online, there is something that says, although 6 decibel contour is predicted to cross over the project boundary, it doesn't extend into residential or agricultural areas. Can somebody please define that for me? Does it poke over? And if it does, please say no. There was a mention that we need to keep this simple and easy, right? That was really offensive because this isn't simple or easy. I wouldn't be here spending my family time if it was. But when it's simple and easy and I go for getting my house approved for a building, I have to get through all of my electrical, plumbing, my rough before I can go on to my insulation and drywall. I request that you do not honor a preliminary approval of this project until all of the variables are known. I would be held to the same
Thank
standard.
you.
I'm asking you
Thank
to do
you.
the same.
Good evening, I'm John Benzik. I
came here this evening to get some input on the water situation, the water usage situation. I got to talk to your Ed McNamara's son, and he wanted to know why I came here. I came here to represent my son-in-law, who's over on Ecorse and Belleville Road in a housing development, and he's the president, taking care of about 80 to 120 homes over there and collecting all kinds of money so they make sure the roads are plowed in the wintertime and people pay their residential fees belonging to the association and all the problems he's had associated with this. And I came down here. I'm a resident in York Township. I have 5 power poles of EDT on my property. I'm well aware of the Saline situation very, very well. I've been to their meetings and there's problems that they have and everything. My only suggestion to the people of Van Buren Township is I would suggest that they get a referendum to go together and get a meeting together and have a proposal, a voting proposal, put on the ballot related to the situation on the August primary. The reason is because if you go by the ballot proposal and do this, this gets everybody off the hook legally. And the public and the residential people, the commercial people, the industrial people, the small little businessman that came here and he has a small business, and the gentleman lives over there in Hannah Road where I've seen all the floods and all the rest of the stuff. I've been in this area and in and out of this area since 1970 when I came back from the Vietnam War. I'm well aware of the whole situation here. I remember when there was nothing out here. Nothing. Now we have these people come in from Oakland County specifically and all the way to Grand Rapids, Michigan, run up and down the streets. We don't have streets, we have roads. I'll be specific. I cited Milan to Saline, we have Moorville Road and we have Maple Road, and the developers come in there. There's no sewer, there's no water, there's no process of people don't know how to take care of these new 500 to 1,000 to $1 million homes. 4 or 5 years they're coming to the township and all their plumbing is rotting out. Their water heaters don't work anymore. Their wash machines don't work anymore. Their dishwashers, the sewage system, there is none. And they're building these houses out there. You people are lucky. Listen, you got wonderful accommodations. Don't ruin a bad thing. I'm independent and undecided about this whole situation, but I
Sir,
think the voters
your
should
time is
decide on
up.
this, and you don't have
Thank
to
you.
take away my 3 minutes. They need to get out and vote on this situation, and please be quiet, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, do we have anyone else? Last call for comments. Last call. Okay, with that, commissioners, we have before us, and by the way, thank you for the presentation. I thought it was very informative, and you passed along a lot of good information that shows it was well constructed. Thank you. Commissioners, what is your desire?
Through the chair, I think there's been a lot of information shared today and a lot of questions that still need to be addressed to some level. I don't know what the appropriate thing to do at this point in time. Is it a table it for another meeting? Pause to another meeting? I don't know. But that's where I would be going with this. Go ahead.
I was just through the chair. I appreciate all of the presentation that we saw tonight, all the feedback that we had, but I'm still not comfortable to support this project. The first page of our township ordinance says that the township must provide for the orderly development of the township in a way that will place no undue burden upon residents. After hearing 3 months, I think now coming up on, of testimony on this, of public comment, I think it's clear that this project would do just that. So at this time, I'm a no, and I want you to know that ahead of the motion.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm of the opinion that we've had a lot of public input come in on meetings before this and tonight. A lot of concerns. I think the applicant has done an admirable job of trying to address them as they come up. I think we still had questions that were not necessarily anticipated by the developer. I'm not convinced that this is a let's approve it for construction tonight, but that's not what we're being asked to do. What we're being asked as planning commissioners is to assess the technical compliance of the plan with our zoning ordinance. We're not here to, become a DTE power engineer. I'm not here to become a water engineer. I'm here to do my best to solicit the information from the people that are experts, DTE, who says they can make the utilities happen, and water. The township seems to think that the water can happen and that the sewer can happen. It looks from our planning commissioners, from our planning consultants' review that they really are in compliant with the letter of the ordinance as it stands. And generally, when an applicant is in compliance, we move them past the preliminary stage. Preliminary is not final. Preliminary means there have been questions asked, there are lots of questions asked, and that the applicant should go back and fill in the blanks. In addition to that, I really am very much of the opinion that the township board should have a development agreement. You know, our people come out and they have opinions on this, and strong ones. And that's why we have elected officials. That's why we have a township board, right? And if the township board can come up with a development agreement that meets the points and satisfies everyone, they hear these meeting minutes, they hear what's going on. I would say that would be something within the township board's provision to handle. From a planning commission standpoint, from a technical standpoint, I mean, I think the plan, it meets the criteria for preliminary approval. I would grant it with quite a few conditions, preliminary approval, but I would be in favor of granting it as long as there was a township board development agreement clause put in, because I think our elected officials ought to weigh in.
I don't agree at this time. I think we need more input, more follow-up, a little bit more detail.
Sure.
I think we should move forward. I do too.
I think we should move forward. I mean, it's a preliminary site approval, it's not final.
Thing, and I think everybody well knows that once it gets past preliminary, it's a done deal. And you know it, I know it, everybody knows it. The final engineering is the only thing left to do. This is the decision right now. And as far as I'm concerned, we just need a little bit more information to make that happen. This is a massive development. It's not a small time one. And I can tell you, we've actually postponed, or whatever you want to call it, tabled smaller developments for a lot less. And this one is big. It's a big decision. It's going to impact a lot of people.
Do we have any action? My concern is that if it's postponed and something else happens and some other development comes in there.
Oh, no, I'm not talking, I'm talking about another, the next meeting. Nothing's going to move into it in the next year. I mean, if we move it to March, it's not going to make any difference, really. We just I'm looking for more information, just a little bit more support. I've got notes all over the place.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Commissioner, if you do table it, that means you won't be able to move forward with a township board assessment. If we approve it conditionally with the condition that they must enter into a development agreement with the township board, that opens up the discussion at the township board level.
But we could
if we table it, I don't think we get that.
Why?
Oh, no, I just don't think we get that.
I mean, what's the difference? Nothing changes.
guess the only comment that I would make is, from what I've heard from the discussion, the largest outstanding item is the substation. And that substation development will have to go through its own separate site plan approval process. It's going to have to submit its own separate noise study and go through the same preliminary and final site plan approval that this development would be done.
I think it's a little bit more than that. I mean, to look at the architecture, we barely touched on it. I mean, we asked for additional renderings, which it doesn't fully, I mean, just a couple of them doesn't fully explain the entire site. And especially with regard to all the equipment that's spread around the buildings, I mean, nobody really has an idea what that looks like other than cut sheets. Do you know, can anybody here envision what this site looks like with all the equipment laying all over? I doubt it, especially people in the audience.
That's why we have a preliminary review. We know now that we need to see that. I believe the applicant's been told he needs to see it, and then we expect to see it for the next review. I don't know what the tabling conditions would be in this case. I mean, what specifically are you looking for from the applicant? We can't table something just because we want to delay it. That's not how it works, right?
The intent is to fully understand. I mean, there's a lot of detail that's come out of this meeting.
The next meeting is not also, it isn't a done deal that they have to come back for a final site plan either. They can come back for as many preliminary reviews as it takes. Is that correct, Director Akers?
I mean, they if there was additional information to share. they
If the
certainly
site
could.
changes significantly due to the utilities, right, they would have to come back for another preliminary site plan if the preliminary plan changed.
Yes.
I'm still of the opinion that moving it forward and getting it to the point where a decision can be made is probably, that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. I appreciate all of the comments. I understand the concerns. I really want to get this moved up to the township board. I want the township board to start looking at this. That's my feeling on it.
Through the chair, I would like to support Commissioner Jar's opinion and add the addition that I have a lot of sound knowledge of working with McKenna and with Fishback, that if we're going to stop this, or if it needs to be stopped, we have those two places to stop it at. So I am for moving forward with it, preliminary site plan approval.
And I would agree with her. I'm moving forward because if we do it and we're going to have it, it's got to go to the township board before it comes back to us. So there's going to be plenty of time for these things to be picked up before we get it back for final.
I would have to agree with Commissioner Grant. I still have concerns about, again, how the community feels, and also I think moving forward with something when we don't understand how it's going to be powered, especially when we're talking about a scale the size that was mentioned, I'm not comfortable with it.
Commissioner, I am in absolute agreement with you on that one. When we don't know how it's powered, when I don't know who the end user is, I can't see being in favor of it. But again, this is meeting the standard for preliminary. This is not final. This is asking the questions, and now they are well aware, the applicant is well aware of the questions we're asking and the constraints we're putting on them. That's my position on it. I totally respect yours, and I want you to know I agree with you.
No, I respect yours, and kind of like I said at the beginning, like, I really just see this as an undue burden on the community. They've been telling us for months, and that's where I'm at.
Okay.
Okay, do we have an action concerning this item?
Actually, at this point, I would like to hold off until I get further information to verify everything that's been brought up, especially with regard to the residents as well, too.
We have to make some sort of motion concerning this item.
Unless we extend it at this point, because I'm looking for more potential information.
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chairman, you know, I understand the other commissioners' concerns. I really get it. I really do. But this is a technical review and with compliance with the zoning ordinances. I think that the applicant has met the burden for the preliminary. So at this time, I would move to grant the applicant PDC AKL PIC LLC CO Panattoni Development Company the preliminary site plan approval with conditions to construct 3 data processing and computer center buildings, 1 administrative office building, and 1 network service building at the site as described on the agenda item. Based on the analysis and subject to the conditions detailed in the McKenna letter dated February 1st, Fishbeck Engineering, the letter dated February 3rd, Van Buren Township Fire Marshal's report dated February 2nd, and based on the statements and slides presented by the applicant today. Noting also that the Planning Commission approves the parking deviation, the screening modification along I-94 North Service Drive to retain the existing trees, and the 8-foot-high security fence as described in the McKenna letter. Noting also that the Planning Commission does not approve payment in lieu of sidewalk construction with the understanding that further planning assessment must be done with regard to the easements with Wayne County. And with the additional conditions that the Township Board must also, shall authorize a development agreement prior to final site plan approval, which incorporates details of the connection to the GLWA water main and meter pit installation, incorporates details regarding the limitation of discharge to the township sewer system of 0.75 million gallons a day, metering of that discharge and the operations of the attenuation tanks during wet weather service, that the plan incorporates recurring monitoring of the sound after completion and construction of the site, and incorporates details regarding construction road access, phasing of the project to limit the impact of dust and construction on the adjacent properties. Submit the motion for support.
Support.
We have a motion from Commissioner Jar, supported by Commissioner Atchison. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none?
Chairman?
Yes.
I want to reiterate that I absolutely respect the opinions of my fellow commissioners, no matter how they vote.
Okay, with that in mind, no discussion. Roll call vote, please.
Peter Creel,
Yes.
Bernie Grant,
No.
Sherry Budd,
Yes.
Medina Atchison,
Yes.
Jackson Paul,
No.
Jar,
Yes.
Helen.
Yes. Motion carries 5-2. Okay, moving ahead. Preliminary site plan is approved. Moving ahead. Commissioner Jar, you said you had some sort of item.
No, Commissioner, I did not.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, Commissioner Poole. Could we hold on for a moment? Let's let the room clear.
You should tell them the meeting's not over. Or
Commissioners, let's recess for 5.
This could not go on a ballot. Did they
Not done yet, it's
realize
late.
that?
Hey.
Why did you not believe anything?
I don't know. I don't know.
What's interesting about all that? Every one of them
Yeah, Brian, good job.
Thank you.
That was a toughie.
Just take deep breath.
Yeah.
And look forward to having.
100% agree.
Are we ready? Okay, we're going to reconvene the meeting. Okay. Moving ahead, I believe Commissioner Paul, you had a statement and something you wanted to move ahead with.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. So as you guys know, I sent a letter to the board and read a statement, or to this commission, last month about the non-residential PUD ordinance that we worked on. In response to since I read that statement, I did receive some concerns from community residents that I wanted to address tonight. I did want to start by just saying I understand all the hard work that was put into this by our ordinance team. I'm sorry it's late, and committee. I am blanking on the word. Variance issues. But again, I had people reach out. So tonight I would like to ask the commission to formally reconsider our March 26, 2025 vote to recommend the non-residential PUD ordinance to the Board of Trustees. I do understand that either way it will not affect the data center because that was not a PUD ordinance request. But again, I think we all do. We take our job as public servants seriously, and I would like to bring that to the board. So happy to answer any discussions or answer any questions, or if there's discussion, or I can go ahead, make a motion, see what you guys have to think, and go from there.
What problem do you have with the non-residential PUD?
Transparency. So I'll be
By
not
transparency?
transparency. So when we had residents reach out to us because they had concerns that the data center project, which I understand is not a PUD, was brought up by Panatoni in 2024 around the same time that we started discussing the non-residential PUD. I've gone back through the minutes, I've confirmed it. There were back-to-back meetings. That led the community some community residents to have concerns that we were only doing the non-residential PUD ordinance to clear the way for Panatoni and for developers.
Okay, I could see that, except that at that time, Panatoni was bringing forth a warehousing facility, I believe it was.
So they approached us about economic development opportunities. One of the things that was mentioned was a data center. Of course, it was not mentioned at the scale, but it was mentioned economic development opportunities. Again, residents have reached out with concerns that we were only looking at a non-residential PUD to clear the way for a data center. I understand that the Panatoni did not request a non-residential PUD. That being said, I share those concerns. I do think we can, all I'm asking for is a revote. We would bring it back and allow the community an opportunity to come answer questions, explain their concerns, and basically go through it again just so that residents feel that their voices were heard, they are not left out, that they can see that we were not doing this non-residential PUD solely for the data center, and that's where we're at.
Don't know that we can bring it back up again that way, can we?
Again, this is all at the commission's prerogative. If you guys want to bring it up at a future meeting as part of a discussion, the commission certainly has the ability to do that. If you guys want to, whatever action you want to take on it, the commission has the ability to amend the zoning code if they want to, or to readdress certain things, or to discuss certain things. So the commission can look at that section and have a conversation about it again, but it's at the direction of the planning commission. So
We'd have to look at the section again, because I can tell you, I can't remember what I looked at back in March of 2025.
I don't think he's having a problem with the actual development of it. He's looking to provide transparency to the public, the people that live in Van Buren Township, because their perception is, we did that to clear the way for Panattoni. So what he wants to do is open it back up, make a presentation to the township, so that they're involved in it, and they understand, it's,
Educational?
yeah, it's us,
yeah.
it's us going back and say, hey, look, we made a mistake, we should have gotten more input, reviewed it with you.
So-
They get more buy-in, they didn't think that we were, that's why he's asking.
I apologize, I am baffled. The planned unit development is a planning development tool that does not include a specific use. It references the underlying zoning and qualification. I fail to see what was not transparent about an ordinance that did not allow for any new uses. It basically, Panattoni, when they approached the township, that started it, but the ordinance was not written to facilitate Panattoni. It took into account all the other bigger industrial parcels too.
I agree with that. I understand that. I am just saying that is not the perception of community residents.
Wait a minute.
I've had
Did
people
we-
email me.
I understand, but didn't,
We had public hearing.
I was going to say, didn't we have a public hearing concerning this?
Information.
But I would say that clearly over the last 2 years, this community's gotten much more involved with some of these large economic development opportunities. That's my position. We can-
But then again, I understand where you're going with this. I truly, truly do. But it's looking like it's taking extra time for us for something that we have followed through. Period. And just because now things are exploding, where were they when we started to do the master plan, when we started to do some of these things? And we have asked them to become involved. And they don't until it's something that is massive or that appears that it's going to be influencing them.
I agree. I would love if we had, full engagement at every one of these meetings. I'm just, these are the requests. I'd really take this position seriously, and that's fine.
I understand, Jackson, I do.
Paul, is there something specific you want to change in that PUD ordinance?
No, I want to bring it back, give the community the opportunity to present their comments, their questions, their concerns, see that we were not doing this as a,
Through the chair. So a suggestion to Commissioner Paul, because I understand what you're saying. Is there a way, and this is a question to staff, that we can, I think I'm agreeing with some of the commissioners that we met as a subcommittee. We had definitely, there's three of us, Commissioner Grant, Commissioner Jar, myself. We met with staff, we came up with a plan, we brought it to this commission, we had a public hearing, we followed the process. And I'm not saying that they knew that we did that, because if they just dug into our minutes like you did, they would know that we did that. But could we provide some education on what a non-residential PUD is and supply that to the residents that have questions and educate them? Because I agree with our planner that it doesn't change the ordinance. It doesn't change the uses of the property. And to what you just said, that we don't want to change it, then there's no reason to open it back up. It's, let's educate those who don't know what the process we went through.
through the chair.
Thank you.
Agree. And again, as I stated, fully respect the work that you guys did. You did great work here. What maybe another word to use is I'm looking to accommodate the residents' concerns. That's it.
So let's educate them.
We can prepare an FAQ just like we did for everything else and post it on the township's website, and we can make the FAQ simple enough to explain what a PUD is. PUD is literally a part of every zoning ordinance. It might be called differently in some other communities. We can prepare an FAQ to explain what a PUD is, what Van Buren's PUD accomplishes, what it doesn't do, like this, like, I can write it out and say the PUD ordinance was not written to facilitate one development, because it wasn't. Planning and zoning is not done to facilitate one development. It identified an issue that we had no such development tool in our ordinance, so we need to adopt something if something comes up for one of our larger industrial parcels. Panattoni might have started it, but when we wrote and drafted the ordinance, we didn't draft it to facilitate water development they'll bring.
Nobody said we did. That's not what he's saying. Other than the residents, it's a perception thing.
Right.
It comes down to, reality is perception sometimes, and that's what happens. But I think everybody's saying the same thing. What they need to do is they need to be communicated to whether it's education, his suggestion was maybe we just stop it and restart it, but not change it, is what it sounds like, but.
And if there's changes that need to be made, there may need to be changes that need to be made, but that's my position. I would like to make the motion. If there's not support, there's not support, but that's where I'm at.
But after the meeting, I mean, we're no longer, the meetings aren't being captured, or are they?
We're still
We're
live.
still meeting? Oh, okay. I thought we adjourned.
No, we
Sorry.
haven't motion for
So
that
I
yet.
guess I'm-
Education thing in one of our
Would you
meetings where,
be,
like
I
you're
mean,
saying. we
would you
just
be
have it on
open
camera.
to having a FAQ? My whole process is, I don't think you're suggesting changing it, from what I'm hearing.
Not really.
I would like to make the
Well, let me-
motion, and I would
can I
be
just-
open to that as well.
Can I just, yeah, let me just finish my point, because I don't think you're suggesting we change it, but it's gone through this commission, we didn't approve it, we recommended to the board to approve it. Township board took it, they had a public hearing, they had 2 public hearings, so there was opportunity for resident feedback, and I am the last one to say I don't want to hear the residents, because that's who we serve. But I think maybe we do an educational, right? Because just one quick note, because I know we're all tired. When I had residents ask me about Project Cannoli, I directed them to the FAQs, and I asked them, go there, read it, tell me what you thought. And they came back and said, thank you, because now they understood a lot of their questions. There was a lot of public comments tonight that if they read the FAQs, they would understand. Because open, closed loop, that was all addressed and everything, especially in the FAQ. So my whole point is, I think education is a way to do it. So, thank you.
And when I would, excuse me, I thought we were just, I was telling him just jump in when he did it. So through the chair, I want to tell you that public engagement is very important. But it seems like every time somebody brings me a problem, I beg them, please come to these meetings. I've yet to see them come until it's something big, then all of a sudden it's in their backyard, all of a sudden it's an issue and they're showing up here and they don't understand the process and they think that none of us are listening and that we don't care. If I didn't care, I wouldn't be here.
Kate, rather than just saying they don't pay attention only when it matters, but maybe what we need to do is take away the excuse. I think Vivian mentioned it. I mean, maybe we just have a permanent planning commission FAQ page that addresses everything.
Could do that.
And then, and when we have these meetings, we can say live, hey, please go back to our FAQ page. If you can't make it to the meeting, we're providing you information.
Bernie, I think that's a great idea, because we could also explain the difference between preliminary, final, all that kind of stuff, so people understand where we're, what we're doing and what segments and.
They need to know, because if they
Oh,
don't,
absolutely.
they'll come up with their own conclusions.
Hey, so the PUD ordinance was not developed for one applicant. It really wasn't. I mean, as far as I knew, it wasn't. I didn't help develop it thinking that I had a developer in mind. I did not. I thought it was redevelopment and that there were going to be multiple applicants once we made the tool available that would come to redevelop the land. So the PUD did not need to happen on this Panattoni parcel, but that doesn't mean it won't happen again soon, because we developed it thinking that there would be other people using it. I think having some kind of document available now addresses our concerns from the residents that we maybe aren't always getting ahead of things like we should. Let's get ahead of it. Let's write up some fact so that when a developer does come in and asks to use the PUD, we've already got it in our pocket. We know what it is, and we can explain it.
Through the chair, I also want to clarify, the bar to qualify as a PUD is very high. It is not a special land use, it is way higher. A PUD has got eligibility and qualifications, which starts from minimum parcel size. There are n number of hoops and there are n number of opportunities for the Planning Commission and the board to say, no, we are not happy with this. There are lots of subjective criteria. Unlike tonight's project, it was bound by objective criteria. If it meets the ordinance, it has to proceed. But PUD is not like that. PUD has got a lot of subjective criteria. How does it impact? It has got those other factors, which brings me some of the things that tonight the applicant provided. The applicant provided because we asked of them, In terms of line of sight diagrams, that is not an ordinance requirement. It was something we told the applicant matters to the community, which is why they provided. So I would be very cautious in telling an applicant, you need to provide 10 other items if the ordinance does not. Yes, there is.
You can ask.
Commissioner Grant asked it in a nice way, like if you could provide it, it would be helpful. But you cannot say you shall provide. If your ordinance does not enumerate that, you are in very gray territory. Mr. Greco left, but he would clearly tell you that. Yes.
I had originally planned on placing a condition that the power station needed to be approved first, but yeah, that's absolutely true. You can't put a condition like that in, but a township board development agreement can get the utilities sorted out first, and that's good enough. But the PUD is in many ways is a better tool than by right, So let's make the fact. If you're cool with that, I think that would be fine.
I mean, I agree. Again, I would like to make the motion. I am
Please,
okay with that.
please.
If there's not support, there's not support.
Please.
You have the right.
Thank you. So through the chair, I would like to make a motion to reconsider the planning commission's vote, to reconsider our vote from the March 26, 2025 meeting to recommend the adoption of a non-residential PUD to the township board.
We have a motion. Is there support?
Would the commissioner agree to an amendment to that that would satisfy with an FAQ developed by staff to address the concerns from the citizens?
I would be more comfortable with a separate motion or a direction, if that's okay.
Can I just ask a question? I think I understand what you guys are trying to do, but the planning commission's action in that item was a recommendation to the township board
Correct.
for an ordinance that's already been adopted.
Correct.
So it wouldn't, it would be you would rescind a recommendation for an action that's already taken. I just want to make sure I understand.
You cannot rescind a final action that is taken by the township board. What you can do is you can make a motion that you would like to revisit the PUD ordinance. You cannot take back an action for a recommendation that's gone and the board has already acted. The motion you can make is you would like to revisit the PUD ordinance, and then, if that's the motion.
I'll amend my motion.
You're going to amend or withdraw?
I will amend.
Okay.
All right, now, but to say that that we want to look at it and reconsider our vote, I would vote no. Because you're not going to I'm not going to because I've already sent it to the board. This whole panel sent it to the board that way.
Yeah, we did. I actually seconded the motion, but again, like I said, things have changed, and that's why I'm being transparent with everyone. I am speaking in a public meeting at 10:30 at night that's being recorded. I have,
That's
this
fine.
is where I'm at.
So what is,
Yep.
I don't understand. What is the motion then to revisit? What does that mean?
So the feedback I received was we need to reconsider or reconvene, please.
I don't know what that
It's 10:30, I'm sorry.
So if I might clarify, you cannot reconsider a vote that has already gone through. The motion you can make is you would like to reconsider the PUD ordinance. But if you want to reconsider it, you need to give staff clear direction and what exactly. Because typically, if you ask us to bring an ordinance before you, you give us clear direction, bring us research on what this is, or these are the things you want to change. If you want to bring it back, I have no idea what you want to look in it. So please provide me clear direction. What do you want me to change in the ordinance that is coming back before you?
What we could do if there are no changes requested and the planning commission does want to bring it back, you could make a motion to revisit, and then we could bring it up as a discussion item at an upcoming meeting.
You don't need a motion for that. If you would like to
You don't
discuss
need a
it, you can
motion,
always
but-
put it as a discussion item.
Yeah.
It can-
Or you could make a motion too if you want to.
Openly discuss it.
To do that.
We can discuss it on a future agenda to go over the stipulations of the PUD ordinance
With-
and explain how it works.
I think with Robert's rules, the chair of the committee sets the agenda, or you can also have two members of the committee add an agenda item or something. I think that's how Sherry knows. I'm sorry. It's 10:30 at night. I can't remember.
Okay.
I think two members can add.
We can do it without a formal, we can do a review of it. And,
I would happy to bring the ordinance back in one of the future meetings in discussion and go over it item by item and explain what the requirements are. So that'll be helpful. It's a televised meeting and people will be able to understand what the ordinance is. I'm happy to explain.
I would say if something happened to come up and then we need to, then we would make that motion then.
That I am happy with that.
Are
I
you
think
happy?
that I think
Okay,
that
so
combines
you
both.
will you
Yeah.
withdraw your motion then?
Yeah, so I withdraw my original motion. I would like to see a discussion through the chair
Okay.
at a future.
You had support for it, did you support it?
No.
There was no support
Support.
for it.
Okay.
So,
Okay, so there was no need to withdraw, right?
So I think just
meeting died because there was no support.
Right. Okay.
So just to last point, I think that that's what I was looking for, because what that does is it gives the community another opportunity to come back, share their concerns, share their feedback. If they do provide any specific changes, specific concerns, then at that point, I would be happy to make a motion to ask our staff to reconsider or to revisit the ordinance based off the feedback we receive at that point.
So are we gonna have to go through this with every ordinance we do? Because 2 months down the line, someone's gonna call you and then you're gonna come and say, we gotta revisit it? Oh, I think you're a little off base.
We keep the idea of the FAQ Planning Commission page. We need to further explain anything and educate
I'm
people.
happy with that too.
Okay. Announcements. Anything? Commissioner Creel.
I make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Support.
We have a motion and support to adjourn the meeting. All in favor signify by aye. Aye. Any opposed? Meeting adjourned.